Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to ninth Technical Conference of China State Construction Middle East. For those who don't know me, or I didn't get the honor to meet you earlier, allow me first to introduce myself. My name is Mansour Farid. I'm the Chief Engineer of China State Construction Middle East. I'm truly honored to be your host for this technical conference for the last 9 years. It's a slide which I always like to start with because this slide always reminding me how did we grow. We grow from a small group gathering with a dream, and now we are seeing how this dream is getting realized. So today I'm so proud to add one more sticker or one more slide on my slide for marking the 9th technical conference. Actually, this 9th technical conference is not only reminding us how much did we grow, but also showing how much our company got mature. This year is marking our celebration with the 20th anniversary for the China State Construction in the UAE market. We came here in 2005, and today in 2025, we are 20 years old already. Last year we gathered here in the same very theme, speaking only about modular. We discussed all the requirements, we discussed all the challenges, we listened to everyone. We have seen what's available in the market in terms of latest technology, and then we realized what is the need. We spoke a lot about numbers, we spoke about market volume, we spoke about market share. We identified the area where we need to hammer hard for this modular construction to get developed and get promoted and achieve the success in the local market. And today, we are here to celebrate indeed. We are celebrating that the dream is now getting more closer to be reality. We are here to celebrate the two systems which we recently got the in-principle approval from Dubai municipality, the low-rise system and mid-rise system, which we'll be speaking about them in more detail in the next session. So the vision is clear. We need to build better, we need to build smarter, and no doubt we need to go green. So I will encourage everyone to get engaged, to share your thoughts, even debate the ideas. We all have a clear goal. We need to build better for tomorrow. Tomorrow, buildings will be made by you and will be made for you. I'm so proud also that this year we are co-hosting the event together with the UAE Society of Engineers. This is a great milestone for us to collaborate with such a great entity who is only focusing on how to promote the engineering and the knowledge within the technical market. This year, we're also celebrating signing the Memorandum of Understanding with the UAE Society of Engineers, which will happen in the next session. And along with us, we also have our academic partner, the University of Birmingham, Dubai campus. And our all the time co-sponsors and supporters, the Emirates Environmental Group, the CIOB, and UAE chapter of the ACI. Please help me to give them one round of applause to welcome them. So without further ado, now we will start by the very first presentation for the event, which is the introduction presentation from academic partner, University of Birmingham. Let me invite to the stage Professor Ian Jefferson, for the Deputy Head of the College of Engineering and Physical Science for the University of Birmingham, for his presentation. Dr. Ian, please welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you, Mansour, for that kind introduction. And thank you very much to China State Construction Energy Corporation for this kind invitation to give this introductory address. It's a great privilege and honor to address you this morning. This is a fantastic opportunity to be talking about the opportunities of modular construction. And today I'll be talking, give a highlight to set the tone, hopefully, of some of the issues, although I noticed that these are already been in training in many respects. So I should acknowledge my co-author, Syed, who's on the table there. He's helped present some of these, and he is really, what we've got here is a partnership between the two university campuses. So very much the mantra that the University of Birmingham offers is it's two campuses, one university, which enables us through our Dubai campus to interact here in the region. We see that as a very important part of what we can offer and bring that dimension, particularly as University of Birmingham is a top 100 international university. We see this as an excellent opportunity to engage in a very vibrant and up-and-coming region, and we're very excited to be part of this development with you. So I want to touch on a few issues just to set the tone of introduction today, and a lot of what I'm going to present in these slides will be known to you. I want to set this as a framework really for what the opportunities are as I see it, as I've prepared for this, and also some of what the challenges could be and some of the challenges we've seen in recent years where modular construction companies and other activity has not been as successful as maybe it should have been. Obviously, modular construction, as we all know, has been around a very, very long time. And it dates back several thousands of years. And excuse me for my pronunciation, but the dugong process of construction has been around for over 2,500 years in China, and there are many notable buildings that still in existence today are testament to the success of those construction techniques. In my own country, in the UK, a slightly less exotic building, but no less one that demonstrates the power of modular construction and its longevity, of course, is Stonehenge, which is from Neolithic times. Both testament to the technique of this under the right economic circumstances. So, behind me you see a few points of note. These are all features that we all know about in terms of what the benefits of modern construction methods will be. And we know that there's a lot of technological advances, and we'll see in many of these today through the uses of various tools which are established and through new tools of AI, augmented reality, building information modeling, etc. But this is the power of what this technique can do in terms of the transformation nature of what it can do construction. But it also allows us to fulfill and meet some of the key objectives that we have to within the construction sector and how we service our stakeholders, the greater society and community. This is a real opportunity to embrace this to help with sustainability. I think we've seen examples through history where we've tried modular construction, it's worked, but then failed in a number of ways. But I think now is the time to have that transformation and make a real impact. There's the obvious ones in terms of technological advances, the obvious cost savings, but as we meet a situation where sustainability and climate change impact become at the forefront, that provides the additional motivation to drive this through. And that's the real challenge that we can meet through this technique. There are many examples of this that we've seen around the world. So I think the modular construction will enhance the efficiency, but it also does it in a way that not only is cost effective, but also protects and meets the carbon agendas, meets sustainability, health and safety, and other features. And that's just some figures that highlight those there. Now, we know some of these things. I think in many respects, in many parts of the world, there's been a lot of talk about this, and it's nice to see that certainly in places like the UAE and other countries, we are walking the walk. In my own area, at the University of Birmingham, my background is in geotechnical engineering, modular construction has a great potential, one that may not be fully realised by many people. So at the University of Birmingham, through our National Buried Infrastructure Facility, we do a lot of work on the near subsurface of utilities. Utilities are an essential part of how we function as a society. Modular construction will enable us to make that work for the future. The current situation for many utilities is it's buried in the ground and forgotten using very traditional techniques. Multi-utility tunnels allow us to manage that effectively throughout the life cycle of that asset. And modular construction is a way to enable that to happen in an effective way. There are too many examples around the world where utilities have been hit or failed, causing devastation, huge costs to society, and a major social and sustainable impact on the way we function. In the UK, for example, the cost of hitting utilities is roughly £15 billion per annum. That's taken account not just the physical cost and the economic cost, it's the social cost and the environmental cost on top. The ratio that we've discovered at Birmingham, having worked with industry, is roughly for every $1, it costs another $29 to make good the effect of that. Modular construction can enable those utilities to be placed into the ground in a safe way and be maintainable throughout their life. And I think that's a real key advantage of what we can offer here, over and above what we see in other modular construction. And that goes back to Mansour's mantra of better, smarter, greener. And they are the solution. Now, multi-utility tunnels, like a lot of aspects of modular construction, do suffer from a high initial cost. And in the past, that's been a prohibitive amount of work that can go into these. There's various aspects associated with that needs to be managed. And I think now is the opportunity to be transformative in this approach. And I use multi-utility tunnels as an example because that's an area that often is forgotten in our societies. And we're seeing a number of challenges around the world where that's needed. That allows us to get the benefits that modular construction can give. And there's plenty in the literature and in the various scientific publications that demonstrate this. We know about the cost savings. We know about the time it reduces the time of impact, quoted typically around 50%. We know that the actual financial cost savings can be 20%. There's also the big benefit of waste reduction, some quoted to about 80% of that. And the construction industry has traditionally been a big source of waste. And I know in some countries, traditionally using traditional on-site techniques, we often waste up to 20% of the virgin material we bring onto site in the first place. That is a crime. This will enable us to get around those issues. I think there is another added benefit to modular construction, is that not only can we use the techniques of AI, virtual augmented reality, to use a system-based approach to combine it to overcome some of the limitations, it's an opportunity to use new materials. And we've done a lot of work with many partners at the University of Birmingham looking at alternative sources of waste materials as a construction source. So not just the traditional ones, but taking materials from other traditional industry pathways which we would not have otherwise looked at. And we've worked with companies, small and medium enterprises, large organizations across Europe, where we're looking at how we take the waste from one industry, symbiotically transfer it into the construction sector. And modular construction gives a vehicle to control that in a sustainable, safe, and reliable, integral way. Examples include from the fashion sector, where there's a huge waste comes from the fashion sector. That's one of the biggest sources of landfill waste in the world. And I don't know if you've seen pictures around the world where there's landfills with the fabrics in there. An example of the longevity of this waste is a landfill site near to Birmingham where I lived, where they dug up a child's clothes made of polyethylene, and it was buried in 1983. It was still brand new, and you could clean it off and you could wear it. That's nearly 40 years ago. These things don't degrade. We need to deal with it, and this is a way to do that. There are other examples, I could have done that from the food and beverage sector, that help supplement what we do. And I think that's the golden opportunity that we've got here with modular construction. And that just reinforces some of the points there in terms of cost. I think the other factor that needs to be thought about is how to engender this and how to do that, and it's pleasing to see progress made in the region. I think many parts of the world could learn from what's happened here. Recently, the UK did commission some work on volumetric modular construction to address the housing crisis that we have in Western Europe, where in the UK, the government's pledged to build 1.5 million homes in this parliament, a real challenge to meet the housing crisis that we've got in many Western countries. Modular construction can help that. However, there are some downsides. And some companies that set up to service this market in recent years have gone bust because their financial model doesn't work, because of the high upfront costs, because of the uncertainty, because of the challenges. This work, it published last November, went through and reviewed some of the challenges that need to be met. And it's conferences like this where we can address those requirements. Some of it's to do with the adaptation systems needed, the safe standard protocols, the common standards between different suppliers through the supply chain. It's development of standard for testing, Fire safety being a big issue, an example of which, again, from my own country with Granville Tower, whilst that was a refurb, shows the potential risks to this. We need to have adequate product testing to ensure that the materials work in a system-based way. And that's where the University of Birmingham has been working with partners in the UK and across the world to help improve those standards. Clearly, research and development to ensure the integrity of the product is an ongoing thing. But I think the key thing that we'll hear, I'm sure, a lot today is about the advantages of digital, IA, and other tools to make that system-managed approach, to make sure that we see it from beginning through to end. And we can learn from the manufacturing sector, as we've done in the past, and lots of the manufacturing sector are using digital passports to track their products through the supply chain. And given the traditional construction supply chain convoluted routes, that's going to be extremely important. If we're going to harness the skills of digital and technology, we need to make sure that we train and educate the next generation of engineers and project managers to enable this to be effectively dealt with. And it's through this type of partnership, which we have with Cscec Construction and Mansoul, the collaboration, that we've started that journey on. And we're very pleased to have that collaboration in place. Through our MSc program, working with them, joining in partnership, very much a partnership to train the next generation of engineers that are going to enable this to happen. That also leads into PhD and other research activity. So we're very pleased to have that collaboration, so thank you very much for that. I think the thing that would come out of this, if I look back when I was preparing for this, is that we should learn the lessons from history. We've tried this many times, and if we do not learn the lessons from the past, we're condemned to make the same mistakes in the future. Modular construction is a real opportunity. It could be transformative, but there are some pitfalls, and we just need to be mindful of those. I think it also, just to draw things to a close, I think a number of aspects that mentioned there in terms of partnerships, so I've talked about that in standards, but I want to talk about some of the aspects in the broader sense of how modular construction can help. And I've mentioned this previously, the point of sustainability and the impact this can have could be transformative across the board. And many of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, could be met through this, through modular construction and the work that's been taking place here. Climate change is a big factor. It's a reality. Modular construction not only can help reduce the impact of climate change, it can help mitigate the risk. And as long as we manage that and are aware of that in the future and use AI as an effective tool to systemize and take a systems-based approach, we can transform this in the right way and overcome some of the limitations and the errors we've made in the past. I think it's a very exciting time to be involved in this activity. And having been associated with the industry some 35 years, it's fascinating to see how things come round. But I can see there's a definite change from this time round and how we can really transform things to be of positive impact, both in the sector and through the societies we serve. Enabling the stakeholders to use the product of our work, the construction and the infrastructure and the assets in an effective way to ensure society fulfills its objectives and needs for the various challenges it will face. I think there's another aspect that brings in there, just as a last comment, is the whole energy crisis, and there's opportunities in there, and there's examples I could draw from there, both in terms of new energy, renewable energy, and how that can help that. But that's another opportunity. Maybe we can pick that up in discussion. What I'd just like to say, therefore, is a big thank you for your attention and thank you for this opportunity. And it's very pleasing to be here, and it's a great honour to be at this, and I appreciate that. And thank you for the time for listening, and I look forward to the conversations and the further collaboration with Cscec Construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ian. It's a great start from the beginning of the process when we start in the academia, and then we continue to the other end of the process where we will end up in the industry. Let's now hear to the specialist, and let me invite to stage Mr. Wang Xiong, the Chief Engineer of China State Construction Hailong, There is no expert than the one who did the work the most. And now we will listen how they are doing this modular construction in China. Mr. Wong.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wang Chung from China State Construction Hailong Technology Company. First of all, I really appreciate our sister company, our colleagues, to invite us to come to Dubai, this very beautiful city. And today I will talk about the topic of the practice of modular integrated construction in China. And my presentation will about the 4 parts. And the first part covers the development of the MIC in China. Currently, China's construction industry is facing 4 major challenges: low industry profit, low production efficiency, high carbon reduction requirements, and labor shortage. Promoting MIC is one way to tackle these challenges. So what exactly is MIC? Basically, MIC involves splitting the buildings into different types of modules during the design phase. Effectories, the structure, MEP, and interior finishing components of these modules are highly integrated through industrialized processes. After being transported to the construction site, the modules are quickly assembled into a complete building using reliable connection technologies. MIC isn't a new idea. Back in 1921, Corbusier, the famous French modern architect, first proposed the idea of building horses like cars in his book Towards a New Architecture. Maybe the cars is like modules. Laying the foundation for MIC, over the past century, MIC has evolved to deliver high-quality buildings with continuous breaking through in building height. Okay. I've broken down the development of MIC in China into roughly 4 stages. The first stage was at the initial phase. At that time, about 95% of the world's containers were manufactured in China, and the technologies emerged to convert used containers into temporary buildings. The second stage was a phase of technology innovation. The dimensions of standard containers were not suitable for construction, and repurposing used containers to buildings shows a series of problems. Therefore, a new trend emerged: constructing buildings using customized new steel structure boxes. The third stage is the stage of standardized development. With the introduction of policies by the government to support the development of prefabricated buildings and green buildings, more and more MIC technology systems have emerged. Meanwhile, China successively issued many standards and have been further standardized and developed. The fourth stage is the scale development stage. In 2020, Hong Kong began to mandate the application of MIC. Meanwhile, due to the characteristics of MIC, such as efficiency, high quality, the technology has also been widely applied in emergency projects in China. As MIC is used more and more areas, many companies have begun to research steel structured MIC or concrete structured MIC. Overall, the technological development path exhibits three key characters: from low-rise to high-rise, from temporary buildings to permanent buildings, and from single structure unit modules to full element integration. As the second part, the key core technologies of MIC. As a professional construction technology platform under China State construction, Hailong centers its business on MIC technology. With over 13 years of development, we've maintained the leading market shares in prefabricated buildings in China. It has established 9 factories across China, complete over 100 MIC projects, covering a total construction area of more than 5 million square meters, and ranks first in China. And our first core tech is the steel structured MIC system and its design method. We've developed a multi-story detachable steel MIC system, proposed a multi-story joint damage failure creation and seismic performance design method. It achieved a high precision joint connection and the secondary reused of steel structure MIC buildings. You may see this is a hinge joint between 2 modules. We've also innovation a high performance steel MIC system for high rise. Proposed a simplified calculation model for the equivalent rigid zone of grouting joint and lateral force resisting system for high-rise steel structure MIC. This has enabled eco-strength rigid connection for stacked steel MIC modules and extends the applicable height of MIC buildings to 100 meters into high seismic intensity zone. And our second core tech is the concrete MIC system and its design approach. We built a multi-story concrete stacked frame system, proposed a composite equivalent model for double columns and seismic performance design method for the structure system. This has realized vertical and horizontal rigid or semi-rigid connections for concrete modules, enabled controllable seismic performance design. We also developed ultra high toughness cement composite slabs and studied their collaborative working mechanism with custom place structures. We've also created integrated formworks for cast-in-place main structures and built a box-formwork cast-in-place shear wall system. And that system has got the government permission to be used in UAE. And these innovations have ensured that the seismic performance of main structure is equivalent to that of cast-in-place structures, and extended the applicable height of MIC buildings to 100 meters in high seismic intensity zone. Our third core technology is full element integration for both steel and concrete MIC modules, focusing on modular products. We have realized the integration of architecture, structure, enclosure, interior finishing, and MEP. Fourth, we have digital construction tech for MIC. We built a design management system and a manufacturing operations management system, that is IMO, enabling beam-based forward design and manufacture and management, and seamless data flow between design and production. It has increased production efficiency by 25%. We also developed smart scheduling and transport system, plus a smart site management system. And my colleague will talk about this topic later. Both adapt to MIC. This system enables on-site modules to be lifted and placed immediately, and precise control of the installation process, increasing construction efficiency by nearly 15%. Okay, our fifth core tech is smart equipment of MIC production and installation. We independently develop a flexible automatic production line for large span, multi-specification steel MIC products, enable automatically match of modules unit in factory production and one-click module switching. We've also built a smart manufacturing system for concrete MIC, realizing a streamlined production module for 3D concrete component and reducing the main production cycle to 1 hour per unit. Okay, now let's talk at some typical engineering practice. Okay, in the field of urban renewal, we complete the Beijing Huapichang Hutong number 8 project in just 3 months, providing a new solution for the renovation of old urban areas. As China's first concrete MIC projects that finished the demolition and reconstruction in the original site, it has hosted over 100 search visitors to date, and it had a much bigger industrial impact than we expected. Okay, in affordable housing, Shenzhen's Huazhang Xinzhu, that is a development, is the first high-rise concrete MIC project in China. It delivered 500-meter tall residential buildings with full interior finishing in just 1 year, making it the fastest constructed project of its scale in China to date. And the Hong Kong High-Tech Olympic Annual Light Public Housing Project is maybe the world's largest high-rise MIC project. The modules we use here have a reuse rate of nearly 90% for further disassembly and reassembly. Okay, in areas of both normal and emergency use, the Phoenix Tower in Shandong province of China, the tallest completed steel structure MIC buildings. And you can also see the Shenzhen Baguang International Hotel project, ranked first in China in terms of construction speed for multi-story hotels of its scales, and the first 2 buildings were completed in just 44 days. And we also applied MIC tech extensively into school and medical projects. Among the North Lantau Hospital is the first MIC project in China to win the Luban Award, the most important award in China. In summary, we continue to create better housing than combine technology and people's livelihood, contributing numerous practical models of the industry. Okay, finally, let's talk about the future outlook. In manufacturing, Hailong will develop China's leading integrated buildings manufacturing equipment to realize the concept of building a house within a house. In the phase of construction, we will develop a smart integrated platform to disassembly and construction, enabling a new construction model featuring intelligent and unmanned construction processes. Okay, we aim to build MIC modular integration chains with our partner and leading the common development of the construction industry. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. I particularly like the last slide when we compare between the car manufacturer and building manufacturer, because this is our ultimate goal. Now, we listened to the beginning, we listened to the end. Now time to look into the middle of the process. Now it's the time to look into stakeholder and listen to them. So allow me to invite on the stage Mr. Mohammed Amer, the Managing Director for International Code Council in the Middle East, and he will be leading the discussion panel from innovation to implementation, unifying authorities, standard, and compliance in modular construction. Mohammed, please welcome the stage and invite your panelists as well.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mansour. Thank you very much. It's such an honor and pleasure to be back with China State Construction Company and their great conferences and discussing topics with everlasting, gaining traction in the market, and there's a very increased demand for quite some time. And again, it's such a pleasure to be among policymakers, consultants, manufacturers, developers, innovators. And as Mansour said, today's panel, the first of the day, is going to discuss a very important topic from innovation to implementation, going across the whole spectrum of planning, design, fabrication, regulatory compliance, material compliance. So without further ado, allow me please to welcome on stage our panelists for today, and I'm going to give them the chance, excuse me, to introduce themselves one by one as they sit down. Please welcome with me Engineer Ihab Bassiouni, Principal Building Studies Engineer, Research and Building System Section at Dubai Municipality. Professor Ghanem Qashwani, Professor of Practice in Civil Engineering and Academic Advisor to the UAE Society of Engineers. And last but not least, Mr. Soh Wee Kyung, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, CEO, CPG International.
So as the title said, from innovation to implementation, there's a lot of being discussed around offsite construction, both modular and precast, the embracing of the technology, the safe implementation of offsite construction buildings. Just to give a quick brief, at ICC, the company I'm representing, we are a leading global source of building codes and standards, in addition to a whole bunch of what we call family of solutions, from testing, inspection, and certification. And we also provide solutions around offsite construction, from planning, design, fabrication, regulatory compliance. And I'm very proud to be here today with our respectful panelists. And I would like to level the playing field at the beginning with the first round of questions related to setting the foundation, the regulation, the readiness, and responsibility. And since we're talking about regulation, I want to start with you, Engineer Ihab, and ask, from your perspective, what are the main regulatory and technical challenges when it comes to integrating modular construction, let's say, into the existing buildings for now?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me today here. Just quickly, my name is Ihab Bassiouni. I'm from the Building Permits Department in Dubai Municipality, and we are in charge of issuing approvals for building systems in general. Modular is one part of those systems that we usually approve. Getting back to Muhammad's question, yes, we actually have to have few challenges when it comes to building control and inspection of such types of modular systems. You know, the current process that is followed is mainly focusing on construction on site. So our engineers go and do inspections on buildings during the construction phase, mainly focusing on foundations and then horizontal elements like slabs. When it comes to modular, you know, most of the critical work is done in the factory under controlled environments. Now here we need to define the responsibilities. Usually our control team are mainly involved with inspections on site, on construction sites, not in factories. Factories usually come under the, let's say, responsibility of the Dubai Central Lab, but that's mainly related to product control and the factory assessment in general, but not for specific, let's say, fabrication of such structural elements that will be ultimately installed on site. So this is where we need actually to be, we're working on this in collaboration with our team from the Building Control Department, from the DCL, and most probably with some third parties to see how we can define those scopes, who will be doing what, and how we can ensure that the manufacturing process is also controlled and properly inspected. Now, we're looking into adopting also some of the existing standards where they can cover this part of modular. Mainly there's the ICC MBI 1205, I believe, that they have some kind of criteria. We're looking into that also, and hopefully we'll be having a clear guideline on who's going to do what and how that is going to happen. That's mainly, and then the next part is when it comes again to the construction site itself. As I said earlier, we're mainly focusing on foundation and horizontal elements. In modular, there are other aspects that are really important. For example, module to module connection. This is very important. and that has also to be looked into with our control team.
Thank you, Engineer Hab. And I guess, as you said, more work is being done internally in terms of exploring the concept of developing guidelines and so on, as part of the embracing the modern methods of construction.
Correct.
Professor Ghanem, you know, looking from the lens of the academic institutions, and now that we've heard from a regulatory perspective, how, from your position, do you see supporting the regulatory authorities in developing the required competency, the training, the manpower? We know that there's a lot of advantages with offsite construction in terms of, you know, the reduced, it's less labor intensive, but at the same time, you need to have special competency for the inspection, for instance. How do you see it from your side? And please allow me to also give you the chance to introduce yourself as well.
Sure. First of all, my name is Ghanem Kashwani. I'm the advisor of Society of Engineers, and my background, civil engineer. As the engineer said that the regulation can dictate everything, but we need to know what we are doing exactly first. As we can see from the previous presentation, modular construction was there. So I like to start with the story. Like 3D printing, it was in the 80s in the space to reduce the weight for the rock launching. Then suddenly 3D printing became an interesting topic for the construction because it make commercial sense. In my humble opinion, the real connection between industry, academia, third party, today I'm presenting third party, you know, is the market. Point, the market. How the market is dictating, because if the market dictating, then I need to prepare new students for the market. The regulations should follow the market. This is the key exactly. But if today I can give an advice for you for modular construction, a very simple equation, please remember it. I call it the 3D. Just remember that for modular construction. Durable, ductile, disassemble. And this is exactly what did His Excellency Al-Habtour when he said that he will shift his hotel from Lebanon to here. So today, as designer, as civil engineer, we design for three things: durable material, ductility, and disassemble. This is what I can summarize the modular construction. Now, how we can embed it in the academia, going back to the question, this is really important. If you can see recently inside the country, many universities, they changed their title of engineering to digital engineering without mentioning the name of the university. Even outside I can mention Bradford University, they have digital civil engineering. You cannot work without BIM now in Dubai Municipality. You cannot work now without digital twin. And sooner, modular construction will be the same. In Society of Engineers, we have been approached by Municipality of Dubai to do the first guidelines for all these. And we did that, where we put automation construction, modular construction, 3D construction, and we received really great thankful from their side. And then we went to the federal level. So the idea, the change, it come from academia. But here are the things. It is not about the idea. Another story. Let's go back to Corona. From the lab to market, or lab to life, I like to call it lab to market or lab to life. It takes 1.5 years. But what about the antibiotic? It took from the Scottish scientists 40 years because there is no awareness. For example, if the market raises the awareness that modular construction is the key, it will be more affordable, faster. You can apply circular economy, as the professor said. Then yes, we'll embed it in our academia easier. The ministry itself will approve the courses quickly because, by the way, adding a course or removing a course, it's a lot of paperwork. Academic, they know that. Okay, so if that was clear in the market, that will be much easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Going to you, Mr. So, I think we've had great discussions yesterday as we were discussing the panel, and shifting the lens now and wearing the consultant's hat. I know that very well that you are well immersed and experienced in projects around modular construction and modular designs across Asia. And with what it comes, when you look at modular construction or off-site construction across the spectrum, you're discussing consultants, contractors, off-site construction companies, regulatory authorities. From a consultant's perspective, given that you face many challenges, how do you see, from your experience across Asia, how would you see what needs to be done from a regulation side in order to unlock both the innovation and safety when it comes to modular design approvals?
Yeah, a very good question. Yeah, I think we had a really great discussion. It's a very broad topic, and this idea of innovation and the codes and regulations, which is actually sometimes very constrictive, right? But I think the codes and regulations are there for a reason. There have been, I think a lot of people are relying on Euro codes, the American codes, because they are established systems. I don't think that innovation and codes and regulations are dichotomous. It's actually very, very symbiotic. I think with the codes and regulations, it actually forces the consultants, with the constraints, it actually forces the consultants to actually think harder, to innovate within the framework of the constraints. And I think from my experiences also in Singapore, I think we started the journey very long ago in 2010. And in that particular, in those days, I think you understand the context of Singapore was that there's a lot of immigrant workers, maybe about 500,000. The population of Singapore is today stands at only 6 million. That works out to be about 7%, right? So that is a very crucial for us to actually increase productivity. And at that point in time, what we needed was a unified code or framework from the regulatory authority. And all the practitioners, even the academics, like Professor Ghanem and all that, would actually contribute to that particular code. We had what we call a building innovation panel, consisting of all the various technical authorities coming to the panel, led by the urban redevelopment authorities, to come up with some kind of a design framework or guidelines. I mean, for me personally, I'm actually was an adjunct professor with the BCA Academy, Building Control Authorities Academy, and I think from that particular aspect, all the various stakeholders should come together to form that particular framework. That would actually help. And bringing your question on all the regional challenges, our thoughts is that the codes and regulations are there to be complied with. At the end of the day, every building still has to be grounded. It can't defy gravity, right? So we, as consultants, or structural engineers, will have to think very much harder. If you think about it, you cannot change the Euro code or the American code, but you can change the way that we build. You change the way that we think about the technology, and I think our esteemed colleagues from China State has been there. And also to understand that modular construction is only one part of the larger continuum of a new way of building. I would prefer to call it design for manufacturing assembly, which is a larger universe and continuum. You can actually use precast, offsite, modular construction, which is actually a subset of design for manufacturing. And I think having that framework and understanding of where modular construction comes in and use it has really another dimension to design for manufacturing, a new way of construction, which would actually open up more doors, into the way that we think about our future of construction. Yeah.
But allow me to comment, since you've mentioned the DFMA. Do you think, because we're seeing a lot of people now advocating for the use of BIM solutions with the DFMA in order to unlock the full potential of offsite construction for mass production, what kind of international best practices you think can be implemented, brought from the wider Asia region into the MENA that would enable this kind of transformation or adoption of more offsite construction, buildings?
I think I have to have a caveat there because I don't know the Middle East.
From a consultant's perspective, I know that you're probably wearing the consultants and maybe a contractor's perspective, but since a lot of consultants do the heavy lifting in terms of inspection and the design, they want to make sure that nothing is being compromised. So how do you see this happening?
I think for the consultants, from a consultant's point of view, we always come in to help the contractors, right, to design. So as a consultant, we would actually come in the early stage involvement with all the stakeholders. In any DFMA processes, all the stakeholders come in early. It's not at the back end where the traditional convention construction takes place. So everybody is involved right from the start, and you could actually contribute. For example, then you understand the factory production process better. You understand the modular grids. You understand cost perspectives. You understand the entire processes. I mean, a very simple example is that most consultants do not understand the logistics, do not understand what's the height, weight of a module. A concrete module could be between 20 to 40 tons, for example. And how do you actually reduce the weight? Because the contractors would actually think about that. They would think about hoisting, they would think about the whole entire ecosystem and processes. So if the consultant comes from a very traditional point of view, and design has traditional, they would not understand repetition, standardization. That knowledge would actually be very invaluable for an architect, for an engineer to understand that. And also for the architect to appreciate what the structure engineer's limitations are, to understand that there are progressive collapse, in the entire sequence, seismic, how they connect the modules together. I think those are very, very important, understanding the details of the entire ecosystem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Going back to you, Engineer Ihab, since we spoke about safety and compliance, and I think going one level down from what you have said regarding on a macro level, the regulatory infrastructure in terms of the safe adoption of modular systems, a big part of this is the performance-based design or the product evaluations that enables this safe approvals. How do you see this, assisting or facilitating the process for Dubai Municipality?
Well, first of all, mainly when we do any assessment or approval for a building system or specifically modular, our main reference is the Dubai Building Code. So we have to ensure that it is complying with the design requirements of the Dubai Building Code. However, when it comes to modular or MMCs in general, sometimes there are unconventional, let's say, connections or load path that is not clearly identified in the code. And this is where the performance-based approach will be definitely assisting us. We do look sometimes for third-party evaluations, assessment reports done by accredited third parties, where they evaluate the performance, structure performance, fire, durability, and service life of modules or modern methods of construction in general. And then we can try to reference that and compare it with the requirements of the Dubai Building Code to ensure that this product or this assembly is acceptable under the limitations of the Dubai Building Code. So yeah, it's a joint. We cannot go only by the prescriptive method that is usually applicable to the conventional construction. Definitely we have to look into the performance-based approach by product conformity assessments and so on. This is also followed by us.
Does it make a difference whether it's a concrete structure or steel? One is easier than the other, or the criteria for approvals?
The criteria is one, whether it's concrete or steel. It depends on it's a case by case. We cannot generalize it because we are not, even when it comes to concrete modules or modular construction using concrete systems, they're not always the same. There are a lot of different, let's say, concepts used in the design and manufacturing and the assembly and then the installation on site. So it's a case by case.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Professor Ghanem, and since we're talking about codes and standards, and there's a lot of theory put into this, theory, but it includes both technical and legal aspects. From an academic perspective, from your perspective, how do you see preparing the next generation for understanding more about the fundamentals of the safe adoption of off-site construction from a codes and standards perspective, different standards, different regulatory compliance? How do you see this?
So you are the code guys. Yeah, I think maybe you have better answer than me. But I'll tell you, again, I like to answer my question by stories. How many know the story about the first 3D printing building in Dubai? How they design it? Any idea? Anybody knows the story, how they design it? How they calculate it? There is no code, there is nothing. The Dubai Future Foundation, it was by try and error. So this is how we do design and codes, by try and error. I remember I was there in China, so they design it, they put some loads, it cracks, then no, it's not, we need to increase it. Then they keep try it until they figure the right number. Even when we design for the safety requirement, we keep designing until we get, and every year the committee of the code, they come and they increase, for example, the safety. The same thing will happen with the 3D printing. As I said, as a third sector in the Society of Engineers, we try our best to give our recommendation. Do you think this will be it? Some people will come and give another recommendation, and this is good. Updating code is a dynamic thing. It is not a standard thing that we stop. And this is thing I want to emphasize in academia. In academia, when we say them design for steel, design for concrete, design for two slab, as it is a standard. It is not that a standard because things are changing now. And this is what will happen with the codes. It will keep changing, especially with module construction. Do you see how many shapes have been changed? From tall building to short building to, do you think they will have the same code for each one? And this is the question. So my suggestion, when we apply module construction committee for doing a code, as we did with circular economy, we have people from every stakeholders, people from share sector, academia, industry, and most important, people who will come with the materials, because these people, they know exactly what will happen. And this is, let's go back again. Remember the New Year when we have the fire engineering in the facade in Dubai, the New Eve, because there was no requirement. Who remember that? If you remember that, raise your hand. Yes, it was very famous. Simply because it was not in the code to check the fire safety. Imagine if we failed that in the module construction. But alhamdulillah, there was no casualty, we learned. So we never underestimate code. Code can save life, literally, let's go 2 years ago, what happened, earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Many people, they try to do the flight slab design to save, some cost of the steel. But if I say, as a government, and the design, the code, no, you need to put the rebars, how many lives will be saving, Who knows? And this is what I said. Code should be, I'm against the idea that code should be reviewed every 5 years, 3 years. I think this is too much. Code should be reviewed every year, especially with the new technology. And I have a simple suggestion for municipality, federal institution, that you have something called innovation regulation, that and this year, how many regulations did you accepted and innovated and you implemented, and you are reviewing it? This is exactly what we need. The code is not just a number and big book that I put it and I keep it in myself. This mindset should be changed with the code. The code, it is a book that it's dynamic, that I need to open it all the time. It is not something I put in my code, that I have ABC code, I have American code, then I design it, I am the safe side. If we change this mindset, then we have another story.
Thank you, Professor. I think, Engineer Ihab, in Dubai Building Code, there is a, at the beginning a chapter or a section that says, the acceptance of alternative designs, that as long as it's meeting the minimum safety requirements, you can go above and beyond. Back to the point, to complement what Professor Ghanem said, that the code does not hinder or stop innovators from bringing, performance-based designs as long as it's meeting the safety requirements, the minimum safety requirements. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, definitely. The Dubai Building Code, there is a statement, or the clause there mentioning that alternative designs or methods or materials can be used. I think even in the ACI 318 itself, it's also there. So you don't have to, if there's not something is not covered in the code, you have the flexibility to look into that and evaluate it. But the process of evaluation and accepting is a bit lengthy, specifically if you lack actual testing on that product or that system. If it's not been tested in real life, or you have enough data from, reliable entities, then it will be a little bit more challenging. But yeah, it is there.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Saw. Now we've heard so much about the compliance, about the design criteria, about the evaluation. From your experience and from the work that's happening across Asia that you are involved in different projects, digital design, factory inspection criteria, how can, in your opinion, the modular construction or projects, be more scalable here in the MENA by bringing these best practices in the market?
I think the scalability of the project and the compliance, I think maybe they are two separate topics, but I just wanted to just reinforce what they mentioned about the codes. And I totally agree with Professor Ghanem that the codes has to be reviewed periodically, and there should be a system of feedback. So my experiences, even in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in Malaysia, they are constantly being reviewed. And what is most important is that for anything that is new, any new technology, even with due respect, it's proven in China or it's proven in Singapore, doesn't mean that it can apply in the GCC lock, stock, and barrel, because that has to be a proof of concept. It has to be thoroughly reviewed. And I remember very, very clearly that when we embarked on the journey of modular construction, or PVVC we call it, it's just another name, abbreviation for pre-finished, prefabricated volumetric construction. In Hong Kong, they call it MIC, Modular Integrated Construction. So there are many names to the same types, the concrete construction, but we go through very stringent prototyping, step by step, every single process, the material requirements. And I remember distinctly that there was a new technology of the shear wall, with a concrete modular construction connecting to each other, and there has to be very stringent tests in the labs itself to prove not just theoretically with calculations, but with proper testing, fire, delamination, bending moments, and all the structure integrity has to be preserved. And that comes to site, there are actually a simulation, stacking, up to 2 to 3 stories. So very, very detailed outline of exactly how you're going to get there, and then build that back into your framework of your codes and regulations. And that is being, again, reviewed. And after you have done a project, what are the steps of improvement? How can you further improve the codes to suit the market? Now the topic on scalability, that is a very complex topic. There are so many factors.
In terms of implementation, in terms of the challenges that you see, and how can it be reflected, or how does it reflect here, if there's any correlation or any similarities in what you see?
Yes, I think the thinking has to be that if we fail small. So the prototyping and the test is very important. And in order to build high-rise, that is really a different animal, a different cup of tea, but has demonstrated by our esteemed contractors in China and the rest of the world. But it has to be adapted, right? Even if you work in India, if you have worked in India, the codes and regulations are very, very traditional or conventional. For example, hospitals, they are not allowed to use precast elements. It has to be cast in steel, so there's no transfer of beams, right? They have seismic requirements, different parts of India, same as China. So how do you actually adapt those in the Gulf region itself? So those are questions that you really need to ask very, very deeply. And how to scale it, I think, is only a matter of time. If there is a proof of concept and people see that the buildings has no problems, you know, it's widely embraced, then you will move to taller buildings, larger buildings, a bigger market. In Singapore itself, we only build about 20,000 social housing per year. We come from about, in 2013, 3 modular construction companies. Today, there are something like maybe 50 over modular construction companies in Singapore, licensed modular construction companies, 35 concrete modular contractors, subcontractors, maybe about 17 steel, and then quite a few cross-laminate timber. But the market can only hold so many contractors. So it's a combination of government framework, esteemed stakeholders within the PPVC community who understand and wants to drive this, understand the universal benefits of this construction and believe in it and take that leap of faith into the modular construction path. Yeah. So that's how I see it.
Thank you very much. Great insights, and I think I want to stay, be mindful of time, but as just a closing statement before I ask my last question, just to gain, final remarks. At ICC, we work closely with regulatory authorities, with consultants, contractors, manufacturers, standards development organizations. We co-developed standards with the Modular Building Institute on off-site construction. We believe that even our, slogan or advocacy towards off-site construction is to provide safe and affordable housing. And I think a big part of this in achieving economies of scale is to have transparency, collaboration, education. There's so many aspects that has to be working in harmony to achieve the true benefits of off-site construction. Just as final remarks in less than 1 minute, I would like to ask each and every one of you, Engineer Ihab, what is one thing or one aspect that you feel needs to be done, or you advise or recommend that would accelerate the safe adoption of off-site construction in the market?
Well, it's not only one remark. To be honest with you, we had a few months back, we did a few workshops with the industry with a focus on how we can accelerate the adoption of MMCs in general. Modular is part of that. We had a workshop with manufacturers, a separate one with developers and consultants, and another one with the contractors. So definitely each party have their own concerns and have their own challenges. There are quite a list of those. For example, test beds, live pilot projects. These are few of the highlighted by the manufacturers, where these are not, let's say, standardized over here, and do not give. I mean, you need to have something standardized so that ultimately the developers have more confidence on those types of modules. There's no clear yet guidelines on the whole process. We're working on developing something like that. I believe also the approval process, and it's a bit lengthy. That was one of the concerns by the consultants. And ultimately, developers, what they mainly care about is also the reduction in cost, which is a little bit tricky, because also the manufacturers, they say we cannot expand, we cannot scale up our work unless there's something guaranteed for the future. And developers, they say, no, we need, considerable reduction in cost so that we can really start thinking of adopting such concepts. So we're actually working closely with industry to see how we can tackle those challenges and come up with let's say, a clear plan for the acceleration of adoption of MMCs.
Thank you, and I'm sure, they always say the private sector, brings the innovation into the market, and the regulatory authorities help to regulate such innovation. So I think that working together with everyone in the market, all the stakeholders, would enable and facilitate, the development of such regulations and the proper implementation. Thank you. Professor Ghanem, from an education perspective, in one action, please.
So I will be very quick. As a professor of civil engineering, mark these 3 points for me. When we come modular construction, remember the 3D: durability, ductility, disassemble. Durability, ductility, disassemble. This is the goal of modular construction. Second thing, codes is dynamic thing, especially in construction. Codes save lives. We don't want to have another catastrophe, what happened in Turkey and Syria in an earthquake, because of the lack code and lack design. Codes is dynamic and save life. Third things is for regulation. Please give the private sector the courage to put innovation, because the private sector, he did something good and new, because only private sector, they can do something new and out of the box. And as the regulations say, oh, we didn't see something this, I cannot approve it. We need to accept it. We need to put a committee that accept innovation design and take the risk for it. So please give the private sector this chance to do it, and that will be a game changer for that.
Engineer Ihab, would you like to comment? Just make a small, I think we're going to start a new round of discussions and open a can of worms. So.
Thank you for this advice. Well, yes, you are right. We are working on that. I think most of you know we're pushing for adoption of innovation. We're supporting the companies as much as we can, but there will always be some limitations, specifically when it comes to the safety. So our primary concern is safety. As long as whatever is being proposed proves it is safe and complies with our requirements, then it will be supported. Now, what we're doing actually, I don't know if I mentioned that last year, we're developing a new platform. It's called Platform for Innovation and Building Construction. And that's mainly focusing on to facilitate the adoption of innovations in construction. Whatever it is, whether it's a design concept, it's a construction methodology, it's a building system, materials, anything that comes into construction, it's innovative, that has no references or maybe not has been used in the region and UAE, has been implemented abroad. We're looking to how we can adopt that and accelerate the adoption of it in the industry. This will be done not purely by municipality as an authority. It's going to be a joint effort. So on that platform, we will have different stakeholders with us, from consultants, contractors, manufacturers, academia, third-party and organizations, laboratories, name it. So everyone will have the chance to participate in that platform and have their say. So yes, we're working on that and we're pushing forward. Hopefully by next year, if I'm not mistaken, that platform will be officially launched. I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. So, one action to accelerate the safe adoption of off-site construction from a technological perspective, from your opinion, in your opinion?
In my opinion, coming from Singapore and our power region, there are a lot of issues why people don't want to adopt modular construction, because it's not really private enterprise-driven. So from the Singapore government's perspective, it was actually a public-led sector. So we at that point in time, I think we thought that the best is to have a public mandate. I think in GCC context, perhaps there could be a flagship kind of public-private partnership to drive that and to prove that that project works. And during the course of that particular, the implementation of that particular project, and if it works and all the stakeholders are in place, I think the rest of the issues will be easily sorted out. Yeah, because there is actually a lot of public focus on it, and a lot of stakeholders who really want to make it work. So there will be a determination and a will to do it. So from the regulators' point of view, the consultants, the contractors, and all the stakeholders, and the supply chain will all come together. I think that is something that perhaps we could think about. And of course, myself, both as a practitioner and also academic adjunct professor of BCA, I also endorse the fact that from an educational point of view, that mindset of going to DFMA is actually very, very important. And as a human being, from a humanistic point of view, all of us who are involved in the construction industry knows how dangerous it is, right? The fatality rates of working at heights is real, you know. Every man that is on the construction site has a family, has a father, has a wife, kids. So I think it's our duty also to protect the lives of the people working on site. And it has been proven that modular construction has part overall the FMA, off-site construction, reduce fatalities on site. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we can go forever with this topic, but you know, since we're over time, gentlemen, thank you very much.
ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي هيفاء. يسرنا أن نلتقي اليوم في المؤتمر التاسع للشركة الصينية لهندسة البناء في الشرق الأوسط.
尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好。我叫海娜，很高兴有一次站这个舞台上，非常荣幸能够第二次主持我们中建中东公司的第9届年度的技术大会。
يأتي هذا الأمر مؤتمر تحت شعار عرض أساليب البناء الحديثة الثورية لإعادة تعريف المستقبل. ويجسد هذا الشعار ثقة الشركة الصينية لهندسة البناء في الشرق الأوسط وجهودها المتواصلة في مجالات الابتكار في البناء والبناء الذكي والتنمية المستدامة.
今年大会的主题是展示革命性现代的建造方法，引领未来新格局。这个主题体现中建中东在建造创新、智能建造和可持续发展方面的努力和信心。
ومن خلال جلسات اليوم ومناقشاته نأمل أن نستكشف معا اتجاهات المستقبل في قطاع البناء ونسهم في بناء غد أكثر ذكاء وأكثر خطرة وأكثر استدامة.
我们希望通过这个平台的分享和交流，以及探索建筑业的未来方向，共同创造一个更加智慧、绿色而可持续的明天。
أولاً لنرحب بحرارة بالسيد تين سان چون رئيس مجلس الإدارة والمدير العام للشركة الصينية لهندسة البناء في الشرق الأوسط ليلقي كلمة وفيتفضل إلى المنصة.
首先，让我们热烈欢迎中建中东公司的董事长兼总经理田三川先生，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎田总上台发表致辞。
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the next CICC Technical Conference. On behalf of China State Construction, I would like to extend my sincerest appreciation to each one of you for joining us today, and especially to our strategic partner and co-host, the Society of the Engineer UAE, for their continuous collaboration in shaping this important industry gathering. Over the past years, this China State Annual Conference has grown into more than just a technical event. It has become a platform for constructive exchange, continuous improvement, and strategic alignment among key stakeholders in the built environment. Today, as we gather under the theme, showcasing revolutionary modern method of construction in the redefining tomorrow, we renew and realign our shared commitment, not only to build, but to build better, faster, and smarter. We recognize the price challenge facing in our industry, including challenge project timelines, manpower constraints, rising cost pressure, and the demand for high quality with a lower disruption. And importantly, the urgent need to reduce environmental impact by minimizing on-site waste, reducing carbon emission, and designing for energy efficient, low-impact operation from the start. Modular construction provides solutions for all of this, but only if it was approached with clarity, scale, and technical rigor. At last year, the 8th edition of this conference, we set a clear direction. Modular and offsite construction must move from concept to implementation. This year, we are very proud to stand here and say we are no longer speaking of potential, we are celebrating tangible progress. In 2025, China State Construction successfully secured in-principle approval from Dubai Municipality for the China State Modular Integrated Construction System, which is MIC system. This is a great milestone that marks an important step forward for our team and for the entire regional construction ecosystem. This milestone is a result of deep collaboration, rigorous testing, and shared vision. It reflects our long-standing commitment to the technical excellence, regulatory engagement, and localizing innovation. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dubai Municipality of their technical and innovation team for their guidance, openness, and professionalism throughout the whole process. This success is not an isolated one. It's a part of a much broader journey that China State Construction is proud to lead. As one of the world's largest and most diversified construction enterprise, we carried a global responsibility to transfer knowledge from our mature operation, particularly in China mainland and Hong Kong SAR, to the Middle East. In those regions, modular and offsite construction is no longer experimental, it's a proven, skilled solution widely used across residential, healthcare, education, and public infra projects. Today, our task is to adapt the maturity to local context throughout high-tech manufacturing integrations, modular-friendly design workflows, and structured collaboration with regulatory and engineering institutions across the region. But this transformation is not something we can deliver alone. To truly unlock the potential of the modular construction method, we need an ecosystem approach, where the developers, consultants, regulators, contractors, manufacturers all work in alignment from early design stage to the final delivery. This is why your presence here today matters. Each of you play a role in shaping the path forward, and we invite you to walk that path with us. Let's co-develop standards, let's test, refine, and share best practice. And let's jointly raise the profile of modular construction as a practical, sustainable solution for the region's building environment. Together, we are building modern projects. We are building readiness, we are building trust, and we are building the foundations of the better future. Thank you. I wish you a productive and inspiring day ahead. Thank you again.
نشكر السيد تين جزيل الشكر على كلمته الرائعة. لقد أظهرت كلمته الملهمة الخطوات الثابتة للشركة الصينية لهندسة البناء في الشرق الأوسط في الابتكار والتنمية المستدامة.
非常感谢田总的精彩发言，您的发言让我们看见中间中东在创造和 可持续发展方面的坚定的步伐。
والآن فلنرحب بحرارة بسعادة السيدة أو بوتشين القنصل العام لجمهورية الصين الشعبية في دبي. لطالما كرست القنصل العام جهودها لتعزيز الصداقة والتعاون والتبادل الثقافي بين الصين والدول العربية، وساهمت بشكل كبير في ترسيخ الثقة والصداقة المتبادلة بين الجانبين. فلنرحب بها إلى المنصة لتلقي كلمتها.
接下来，让我们热烈欢迎中国驻迪拜总领事馆欧波坚总领事。欧总领事长期致力于推动中阿两国的友好合作与人文交流，为增进两国间的互信与友谊做出了重要贡献。让我们以热烈掌声欢迎欧总发表致辞，有请欧总上台。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me, I need to change my glasses first. This is not because of the different lenses, because this is a magic glass. Combine my lenses and also my script are on the glass. So this is a raw kit from one of the companies in Hangzhou, Zhejiang province in China. They brought to me from China only yesterday. So this is the first time for me to try it. And please forgive me if I misoperate and got some problems. But anyway, I got my double guarantee and got my transcript in this cell phone as well. Mr. Tian Senchuan, President of China State Construction Middle East, and Engineer Abdullah Yosef El Ali, and also Sheikh Dr. Nara Al Qasimi. Very good morning to all the guests as well. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the Chinese Consulate General in Dubai and Northern Emirates, I am very happy to attend this meeting. And I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on the opening of this conference and express my sincere appreciation to the Dubai government, industry partners, and all the friends from the sectors for your long-standing support to Chinese enterprises. Under the theme of showcasing revolutionary modern method of construction in redefining tomorrow, this conference is going to dive into latest industry trends, showing your visionary insight in making construction smarter and greener. Recalling the last conference, I was such a tech newbie. Hearing about modular construction is shaking up the building industry really hits me. And it was my first look at this wave of innovation. Over the years, China's State Construction Middle East has come a long way in innovation, from fabricated and digital twins, and now to green practice, and now new revolutionary modern method of construction. By integrating tech with industry, China's State Construction Middle East vividly demonstrates the growing role of Chinese enterprises in shaping the region's construction landscape. Today, I'm glad to hear that China State Construction Middle East is celebrating its 20th anniversary in Dubai. And that's an important milestone. And I would like to give a warm congratulation to every single member of China State Construction Middle East family. Over the past 2 decades, You have taken firm root in the Middle East, staying true to your mission, expanding a happy living environment. Your work, from job creation to educational support to public welfare and environmental protection, embodies the responsibility and spirit of a win-win cooperation that defines Chinese enterprises. I encourage you to build upon your founding vision and resilient spirit, leveraging your technological edge to amplify China's global presence. Here in Dubai, in dynamic Dubai, I hope you all will work together with your partners to further enhance Chinese brands and showcasing you and China's success story to the world. The Consulate General of China in Dubai and Northern Emirates will continue to deepen ties with the UAE, and especially in infrastructure, and we will deliver real results that benefit our people, support our businesses, build our communities, and inject new energy into the long-term China-UAE friendship. We look forward to working together to write a new chapter in our cooperation and build an even brighter future for China-UAE relations. Finally, I wish the 9th Technical Conference of China State Construction Middle East a complete success. Thank you.
非常感谢欧总领事精彩发言。今天我们非常荣幸邀请欧总领事出席本次的大会。
نشكر السعادة السيدة أو بوتين جزيل الشكر على كلمتها الرائعة ونعبر عن امتناننا العميق لحضورها وتشريفها لهذا الحدث.
接下来，让我们热烈欢迎阿联酋工程师协会主席 Abdullah Yusuf Al Ali 先生。Abdullah 先生是一位在工厂和交通领域非常有经验的阿联酋领导人。让我们以热烈掌声欢迎 Abdullah 先生的发表演讲。
والآن فلنرحب بحرارة بحضرة المهندس عبد الله يوسف العالي رئيس جمعية المهندسين في دولة الإمارات. ويعد المهندس عبد الله أحد القادة الإماراتيين البارزين في مجالات الهندسة والنقل. فلنرحب بالمهندس عبد الله لإلقاء الكلمة. فليتفضل إلى المنصة.
Your Excellency, on Bokyan, the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Dubai, Mr. Tian Sanchuan, President of China State Construction Company, Middle East, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th Technical Conference of China State Construction Engineering Corporation, Middle East, co-hosted by the Society of Engineers in United Arab Emirates. This conference is not only an engineering gathering, it is a strategic platform for exchanging knowledge and expertise and a gateway to enhancing cooperation between engineering institutions in our region and worldwide. The collaboration with China State Construction Engineering Corporation Middle East represent an important step in sharing expertise and promoting best engineering practices. It reflects the Society of Engineers, UAE's commitment to advancing professional development and applying a global knowledge to support national and regional engineering initiatives. We believe that Continued cooperation with leading engineering organizations open a new horizon for innovation and creativity. It also strengthens the role of engineers and enables them to contribute effectively to building a sustainable and resilient future for our communities. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to organizing this conference, and I reaffirm the Society of Engineers UAE's commitment to supporting initiatives and activities that serve the engineering profession and promote sustainable development. Finally, I wish you a fruitful conference and enriching discussions. We hope this event will further enhance collaboration and knowledge exchange between us and China State Construction Engineering Corporation Middle East. Thank you.
非常感谢阿卜杜勒先生精彩发言。我们非常荣幸邀请209工厂协会共同主办本次技术大会。
نشكر المهندس عبد الله جزيل الشكر على كلمته المميزة، ويسعدنا كثيرا أن تكون جمعية المهندسين في دولة الإمارات شريكا في استضافة هذا المؤتمر.
接下来，让我们热烈欢迎哈比巴·阿尔马拉西女士。哈比巴女士是209环境集团的联合创始人兼主席，也是全球可持续发展的联盟理会成员。让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎她发表演讲。
والآن فلنرحب بالسيدة حبيبة المرعاشي رئيسة مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة وعضو مؤسس للشبكة العربية للمسؤولية الاجتماعية للمؤسسات، فلتتفضل إلى المنصة لإلقاء الكلمة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful team of China State Construction Corporation. Thank you very much for inviting me to join you in this wonderful platform. I would like to congratulate you for two things: reaching a milestone of 2 decades of business in the UAE, sustainable business in UAE, which has had a huge impact on the construction sector in the country and the region. The second thing that I would like to congratulate you on is almost 1 decade of conducting a technical conference, a platform that is so much needed, not only in the UAE, in the whole region. I've always believed in sharing knowledge, and in doing so, and with the vast attendance of people from different parts of this industry, you are actually sharing knowledge, best practices, providing tools that we need to continue to ensure that we are on the right track. So it's a privilege for me to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. You are talking about modular construction, and today it is emerging not only as a method of building, as a powerful catalyst for redefining sustainability, efficiency, resilience in the built environment. Research shows that the construction sector is really accounting for 38, some of them say 42, some researchers say, so it's between these two figures, of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. An issue that is so important, with every country in the world putting a target and a deadline of when to achieve neutrality in that field. So this makes it, this particular industry is categorized as one of the largest contributors to climate change. In the United States alone, the Environmental Protection Agency reported in 2018, the country generated over 600 million tons of construction and demolition waste, a figure that underscores the environmental cost of traditional construction practices. In the Gulf region, an area that is developing so fast and the urbanization is transforming very high speed in the last few decades, the stakes are equally high. We need to adopt innovative approaches that meet the growing demand for housing, for infrastructure, and commercial spaces, without, of course, compromising on our environmental commitments. We set the trend for the region, and we have seen the impact of what we do here and how it is replicated not only in our Arab world but beyond, particularly in the global south. So we cannot afford not to do it right, and we need to be all the time on top of the game. We need to ensure that we are attracting the latest type of technologies and we are implementing it and sharing that the success of these practices so that we can benefit global population. We know of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that there is a particular goal that talks about providing houses, affordable housing for everybody, everywhere. According to the UN Secretary General, we are far behind from reaching that target. So every single step that we put in this direction to ensure that we can build affordably, but at the same time we can build it in a sustainable manner, then we are helping global humanity. Modular construction presents a compelling solution. There's no doubt in that. And I was very delighted to sit and hear just now that, mashallah, next year, China State Construction is going to surprise the market with its own factory in the UAE, in particular Dubai, with this industry. And I look forward, inshallah, to be witness to that and to attend that eventful day. So fabricating, prefabricating off-site under controlled conditions and assembling them on-site, there is unprecedented energy efficiency. You are looking at precision, you are looking at quality control, you are talking about saving money, pollution, waste ending in landfills, so many things, and this is just the direct and without going into the direct. Studies indicate that modular construction can reduce greenhouse emissions by 30% compared with traditional on-site methods, largely to the reduced transportation of material, manpower, requirements for more energy efficient usage, and factory-controlled environments. Furthermore, we have seen in the surveys and research, trade contractors report 85% reduction in material waste when using modular methods versus traditional methods. 86% of architects and developers acknowledge the positive impact on both green building practices and overall sustainability outcomes. So if you go beyond the quantifiable benefits, you are really providing opportunities to rethink resource management and circular economy practices. Materials can be carefully measured, excess can be recycled or reused, and building components can be designed for future adaptability. So of course you are reducing waste, and that's a normal outcome of it. You are reducing carbon emissions, but you are also generating cost efficiencies, and you are making sustainable construction a financially viable solution. So in short, modular construction allows us to build faster, as was exhibited in the morning, smarter and greener, without compromising on the quality or long-term performance. So it is not, as was perceived, temporary. We are talking about longevity. Yet, The promise of modular construction will only be realized if sustainability is embedded as a core principle rather than an afterthought. Selecting low carbon, responsibly sourced materials, integrating energy efficient designs, and planning for adaptability and reuse of materials are essential steps that need to be taken into consideration. Equally important is fostering collaboration across the construction ecosystem, as we see being exhibited by China State Construction. Even in the panel discussion, there was a beautiful selection of the different stakeholders to ensure that you are maximizing the benefit to the audience that is sitting. So to ensure that circular projects adhere to stringent sustainability standards and contribute meaningfully to national and global standards, getting all the players and all the stakeholders on board. In my long experience of more than 33 years in leading organizations like the Emirates Environmental Group, the Emirates Green Building Council, and the Arabia CSR Network, I have witnessed the transformative impact of integrating sustainability at the earliest stages of design and planning. Organizations that have understood that and that embrace these principles are really protecting the environment, but at the same time, they are driving innovation. They are driving operational efficiency and social impact, and that is what is needed and what's that compose the main components of sustainable development. Here in the UAE, we have the alignment with our net zero strategy, which is clear to everybody. 2050, we are supposed to be carbon neutral. How is that translated on the ground is in this type of platforms. It is coming up with this type of technologies, innovations, and getting the buy-in from all the stakeholders. As we design cities of tomorrow, modular construction will provide a very strategic approach to meet the twin objectives of urban growth and sustainable environmental stewardship. When you look at what are we building, whether it is an academic institution, whether it is healthcare sector, residential complexes, commercial buildings, they can all benefit from this type of models, accelerating delivery while reducing ecological footprint. But beyond the statistics, the true potential of modular construction lies in its ability to reshape mindsets and practices. It challenges the industry to prioritize sustainability, energy efficiency, and quality from the outset, creating buildings that are not only functional, but we want them to be resilient. They have to be inclusive and environmentally responsible. The transition will require deliberate action, supportive policies, as was mentioned in the morning, industry-wise collaboration. We need investment in research, and this is something that we lack at the moment in the region. But we need, on top of that as well, innovation and the unwavering commitment of the decision makers and leaders at every single level. Having said all that, there's no innovation that comes without its challenges. The same thing with modular construction, it comes with its own set of advantages and challenges. It was alluded to in the morning by Professor Ian. Yes, it has benefits in efficiency, reduced waste, cost savings, and speeds, which are evident to everybody. But we need to acknowledge the limitations that accompany its adoption. Issues high upfront investment, which is not yet accepted or understood, and it is not yet mainstreamed. The need for specialized design expertise, which needs to be built on, invested in. Transportation logistics, and the occasional constraints in architectural flexibility, all of these can pose real challenges. And again, the perception that modular is a temporary or standardized needs to be addressed. We need to address that through the innovation in design and material selection. Therefore, as we champion the promise of modular construction, we need also to dedicate equal effort to overcome these obstacles. By investing in research with academic institutions, as I saw the model this morning with Birmingham University, I would love to see China State Construction expanding its collaboration with our academic institutions. We have wonderful universities in every single emirate that need to be pulled into this process. We need to develop local manufacturing capacity. So China State, thank you for establishing the factory here. We need to enhance our policy frameworks. We need to create the right type of laws, regulations, and legislations that support this transformation and this transition. And we need to continue building awareness as you are doing, as this type of platform provides. Only by confronting these challenges head on, collectively, collaboratively, with government players, NGOs, private sector, can we ensure that modular constructions becomes a sustainable, scalable, and truly transformable solution for the built environment in the future? So in closing, I urge all of us, whoever is in this room, and there are so many qualified people and specialized people, engineers, architects, developers, policymakers, advocates, industry visionaries, we need to look at this model very, very critically and very thoroughly and deeply, not only as a technological advancement, but as a strategic imperative for sustainable development. Together, we have the opportunity to pioneer a future in which efficiency, innovation, and environmental stewardship coexist seamlessly. Thank you very much, and I look forward to engage with China State Construction to continue this beautiful journey and to ensure that this Congress gains more attention and more importance as the years move by and becomes a real impact of change. Thank you very much.
نشكر السيدة حبيبة جزيل الشكر على كلمتها الرائعة. لقد عمقت كلمتها فهمنا لمفاهيم البناء الأخضر والمسؤولية الاجتماعية، وعززت ثقتنا في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة.
非常感谢哈比拜女士精彩发言，您的发言让我们对绿色建筑和社会责任有了更深的理解，也让我们更有信心去实现可持续发展的目标。
وأخيرا فلنرحب بحرارة بالدكتور غوان جين المدير العام لإدارة التكنولوجيا في شركة CSCEC الدولية، فلنرحب به على المنصة لتقديم عرضه التقديمي.
最后，让我们热烈欢迎中国建筑国际集团科技管理部的总经理关军博士，让我们以热烈欢迎他上台。
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. It's a great honor to be here in Dubai today to share with you some insights on how modular integrated construction MIC is reshaping the construction industry. MIC, as an advanced offsite construction method, can drive the construction process towards greater efficiency and sustainability. It matches the concept of sustainable construction and can deeply integrate with smarter construction technologies. The benefits of MSC are clear. However, to achieve better results, it still requires systematic reform throughout the entire construction process. The development of MSC needs to be based on technical innovation. For instance, MSC is generally used for low-rise and multi-story buildings, but for high-rise buildings, it requires to resolve structural and construction problems. In this regard, China State Construction Heilong focuses on technical innovations in the field of MSC, maintaining a high level of R&D investment over the years. We have formed various MSC products suitable for high-rise, multi-story, and low-rise buildings, solving a serious technology problems such as seismic and wind resistance. MSC shifts more construction processes to factory, which involves more capital investment. Therefore, only standard design and modular decomposition based on large-scale project can ensure the economy of scale and thus to reduce the cost. Moreover, the change in management is very important. The traditional on-site construction management always involves process supervision step by step. However, in factory, most of process on the production line are continuous. The industrial nature demands us to adopt the industrial management mechanism. And you know, MSC requires the corresponding supply chain management. So the management system must integrate advanced practices to meet critical requirements for production scheduling, quality control, and more. In China, MSC has already gained significant recognition from the government and the industry over the years. Similar, the exposure of MSC product requires compliance with destination country certification. It's a great pleasure that MSC system have been certified in many countries and regions. In essential, MSC is a fully integrated process with digital management. For China State Construction Heilong, we use digital technologies at every stage, such as BIM-enabled smart design, MOM-driven automatic manufacturing, dynamically managed intelligent transportation, and digitally managed on-site assembly. Finally, as a more advanced, intelligent, and sustainable method, MSC presents a compelling path forward. We believe it has significant potential to shape the future of construction industry, and we look forward to working together to realize it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guanjin, for your wonderful presentation. We sincerely thank all 5 distinguished guests for their inspiring speeches. Please give them a warm round of applause.
And now it's the time to officially launch the CSCC modular system. Let us invite Engineer Mansour Farid, the Chief Engineer of China State Construction Middle East, to present both system and brief us about the journey of their approval. Please come welcome him to the stage with a bigger round of applause.
It's really a great honor to stand here on the same stage where all the VIPs will stand before me. So I'm really honored to stand here and brief about the journey, as our colleague said. It's a journey because it's a transformation from a dream into a reality. And we have achieved a very crucial milestone in that journey. So actually last year, we gathered here talking about modular, imagining how we can transform this market from a conventional and traditional method of construction into more effective. And we managed to identify clearly what we are looking for. So the driver is crystal clear. We are looking for efficiency. We are looking for increasing quality. We have to reduce the carbon. We have to reduce the wastage. And we need to control the risk of the construction industry. So we look on all the systems, what we have within the group, what we have in the market. Within the China state, we have a long history already with the modular construction in China. Still, modular is actually where everyone starts, and so do we. Also, the composite, and even lastly, as unlike many people would think, came the concrete. People think the concrete it might be the basic. Actually, the concrete is the most complicated system if we want to introduce in a modular form. Once we study the market here, and once we study what the actual needs, we identify the concrete modular system is the perfect match for the local market. For many reasons, economic reasons, for social reasons, and for also sustainable reasons. So we went back and checked what we have within our group. And we start thinking about how this concrete can be transformed from a conventional method into a precast. So we find the journey is going into steps. The first is a cast in situ. Next step is a precast. Then what we call the semi-modular, the modular system, and end up by full modular. With every step we take forward, we increase the activity on the factory, we reduce the activity on site. With every step we take forward, we improve the safety, we improve the quality, and we control the time. We definitely reduce the time. Even though it's claimed that cost is getting increased with each step, and last year also we defended and we said, no, it's not a cost increase, it's actually a cost predictability. Last year also we emphasized that all investors love predictability. So where we shall manage the balance between all those benefits and the disadvantage which could be defined as a cost. So we see that the full modular might not match what we have in type of products here, so we focus on the semi-modular and the modular system. We go back and see what we have in our systems in-house. Then we find our sister company, China State Hailong, which was introduced earlier also last year. The team is fully experienced with a comprehensive set of projects, more than 77 number of projects they completed. 81,000 plus box has been delivered, and 5 million plus square meter out of modular construction has been produced. We look also on what Hailong has, and they have a lot of systems, and we managed to identify 2 key systems there which we believe are perfect match. One system they call the low-rise MIC, which actually good for up to G+6, and the other one they call the high-rise, and this high-rise system they use even up to 150 meter high. Okay, so we know what we're going to introduce, then the next step should be going through the authority approval. And once we start talking authority approval, everyone say, good luck with authority approval. Actually, we had a good luck with authority approval. And we were very lucky to have the team from research and building systems under leadership of engineer Ilham Al-Awadi, engineer Ihab, and engineer Marwan. Kindly give them a kind of applause, please, for their support. So it was a journey. The journey started by understanding what the team is required and preparing the comprehensive package. Then to make sure that we are in 100% compliance with the local regulation, we went through an external party structure review in particular. We prepared the submission as per DM checklist, and it was a quite lengthy one. We went through the committee reviews, and that was a multiple committees. We get their comments, we address the comments, we go back and forth, and finally we get approval. It was a journey. Was it easy? No, it was not, but it was worthy. It was meaningful, and it was successful. Let me just take you through the submission overview, just to get an idea what we have. First is we look about these two systems, which I mentioned about a while ago, about the low-rise system and the high-rise system. But in order to ease the understanding for the approval procedure, we have decided the strategy that we will submit the low-rise for a G+1, and the mid-rise will submit first initially for a G+10. Even though the system has been tested for much higher, but as a starting point, we take the easy step first in order to gain the confidence. In order to make the submission understandable for everyone, we have translated this submission into virtual project. So we choose a villa project to present the system, which is the low-rise, the G+1, and we take a multi-story residential building, and we submit that for a G+10 submission. Now, the key difference between these two systems, just to make it easy, is in the structure system. The low-rise system uses a mechanical connection, and the structure members are integrated within the individual box. Excuse me for being too technical, but this is only for just to understand what the difference. The other one, we are transferring this main structure framing to be done on site, on situ, and then we take the box as a non-structured box in the factory. We work out whatever required in terms of structure modeling, in terms of structure calculation, in terms of reports, where the entire submission packages, in terms of structure model, and we try to translate it into language which authority reviewers and authority approval team can easily deal with. So we went through the regular structure calculation softwares, ETABS and SAFE, and we provided the model. We provided all the detailed connection detail in terms of reinforcement across all the connections, and we have submitted that, and we discussed with them the calculation step by step. Also, we went through all the connection detail between the boxes, not only from a structure perspective, but also from a perspective of the waterproofing, from the perspective of the thermal bridge, and from the U-value. We submitted the calculation for U-value according to the calculation sheets from Dubai municipality. And for MAB also, there was a several round of review with the MAB committees, which they look particularly on the connection and continuity of the boxes. Now, I need to go back. Can we go back? Yeah, and this is the outcome, which I would like to show you. This is the two letters which we received. So on 17th of July, we received the first approval letter for the low-rise system, which is for G+1. And only 9 days back, we were lucky enough to get the in-principle approval for the mid-rise system, which we get, and we submitted for G+10. We get the allowance to go proceed with the pilot project for G+6, and the height will be decided upon the successful completion of the pilot project. So what next? Here is the next step which I'm reporting today, and hopefully in next year we'll be reporting the progress, is proceeding with the most advanced modular construction factory in the Middle East. The design has been completed, the location is decided, and the capacity, production capacity, everything is in place. Next year, I will be reporting to the progress. This factory is intended to produce 500,000 square meters per year, and that's only a start before we expanded it further. It's all high-tech, state-of-the-art factory, which has the inclusion of also the showroom and all the management facilities related to the factory. The factory will be a showcase to show how real innovation can happen in construction, deploying the most advanced technologies and fabrication equipment all under one roof. So this year we are again setting another milestone. Next year we'll be sitting together and celebrating this milestone achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour. As we reflect on our shared commitment to engineering excellence and national progress, it's the perfect moment to turn to a milestone now before us.
Today, we proudly announce the signing of MOU between UAE Society of Engineers and CSCEC Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in a warm applause for this partnership.
This MOU establishes a powerful framework for collaboration in knowledge exchange, professional development, and innovation across the region.
It signifies a shared resolve to uplift industry standards, empower Emirati and global talents, and drive safer, smarter, and more sustainable project delivery.
We are honored to welcome our official witnesses, Engineer Abdullah Yusuf Al-Ali, President of the UAE Society of Engineers, and Mr. Tian Sanchuan, Chairman and President of China State Middle East. Engineer Abdullah and Mr. Tian, please proceed to the stage.
Your presence underscored the strategic importance of this partnership and the trust placed into outcome.
Now we warmly welcome our esteemed signatories, Sheikh Dr. Nahla Al-Qasimi, Vice President of the UAE Society of Engineers, and Engineer Mansour Farid, Chief Engineer of China State Middle East. Sheikh Nahla and Mr. Mansour, please proceed to the stage.
Their signature today formalizes a clear plan for joint programs, technical workshop, and capacity building activities that will help the engineering community.
Together, these institutions will accelerate best practice adoption, research collaboration, and practical solutions to the sector's most pressing challenges.
We extend our appreciation and thanks to all of you, partners and guests, whose support has made this moment possible and meaningful.
Thank you to our witnesses and the signatories. Thank you very much. let's have a lunch break and see you afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the lunch as much as I hope you enjoyed the first 2 sessions of the day. And we still have one more session to go, this afternoon session. In this session, we have 3 purely technical presentations, very technical ones, and we have very interesting discussion panel to end the day with. So as a start, allow me to introduce Mr. Edmund Dew. He's Assistant Technical Director at Transcendence Company Limited, which is a member of China Overseas Holding. Mr. Edmund will introduce to us the C-Smart solution, which is I would not want to jump in your topic, but it's a comprehensive delivery solution, which you will see the value once he will demonstrate on the screen. So, Mr. Edmund, please join the screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Edmund Yu from the Transcendence Company Limited, which is a subsidiary of the China State Construction Engineering Hong Kong. We mainly focus on construction technologies and innovations. So this is a great honor to be here today to share what we consider to be the future of construction management, the C-Smart, a smart construction management platform. So before we start, I would like to spend a few minutes to introduce my company and how we have started the smart construction development journey. So in August 2020, we have launched our first digital project management platform, and we have adopted different technologies to help enhance the efficiency on project management and also to enhance the safety levels in a construction site. Back in the days, we have combined different technologies into our all-in-one integrated management platform. I cannot spend too much time to talk what we can offer today because we have over 68 solutions already. So, but we have officially launched our brand C-Smart in 2021, and our latest update, the C-Smart 5.0, was launched early this year, adding even more function and features. And up to today, we have successfully deployed C-Smart in Hong Kong, Macau, Singapore, and across China with over 400 projects already. So, construction involves a large amount of manual work. It is labor intensive with high staff turnover. Information and data are often non-structured and massively produced. Operations are often performed with irregular methods, and solutions in the markets are in bits and pieces. So these challenges may lead to low efficiency on repetitive works, high cost, hard to manage, project delays, difficult to search for important data, causing safety issues, data not in sync, and solutions are hard to manage. So that is why C-Smart exists. We aim to use technology to help managing construction projects more efficiently. So by utilizing existing technologies, we have combined IoT, AI, BIM, mobile application, and ICT into our all-in-one solution, the C-Smart. It comprises of 7 categories covering major areas, plus 2 categories focusing on robotics and progress to enhance the overall efficiency of a construction project. And by consolidating all these data generated into one single platform, it formed our own industry standard, the 7+2+1. So what exactly is C-Smart? C-Smart is a cloud-based platform. It's a CDE, what we call a Common Data Environment Platform, to centralize all construction data, providing a transparent and accurate, up-to-date overview anytime, anywhere. No special software or installation is required. Users can simply access the platform with a web browser once connected to the internet. A quick look on the C-Smart platform. This is the homepage of one of our construction projects in Hong Kong. It supports 360 degrees beam
and geographic information system on the background to present the progress and also the expected deliverables of a project. We can customize different widgets to present important data for different areas. It has a easy-to-use navigation menu to bring you to different modules. And we also synchronize the weather information so that you can make decisions under different conditions. Also, it supports multi-languages. So, due to the time permitted today, we can only go through some of our solutions. So the first one, building on Hai Long's talk this morning, how do we manage the entire life cycle of precast or MIC efficiently? We use a smart logistics system for precise management. By combining QR codes, GPS, and a mobile application, we created a system similar to any other delivery businesses. So every component gets a QR code at the production stage, which tracks it through every step. We can just scan the code anytime to see or update its status easily. And throughout the whole workflow, we have visualized the status with beam model. By using different colors, we can see the overall progress at a glance. A real-life example to demonstrate the effectiveness of the system is the 2 major isolation facility project in Hong Kong back in 2022. We have to build and install 17,000 of MICs in under 4 months. And the 2 projects consist of, sorry, next slide. The 2 projects consist of 17,000 MICs, number of factories, shipping ports, and transfer stations. The whole process has over 24,000 possible combinations on where the MIC is currently located. So by using this system, we can easily track on each MIC with information including the current status, the current location, the immediate contact person, where it is going to, and when it is going to arrive. So which help reduce planning and communication time, searching time, and also reduce the cost for overproduction. And with all the data captured, our system provides functionalities on data analysis as well, and also analyzes the productivity during the project. The biggest achievement of deploying this solution was avoiding any overproduction, even within a tight time frame. Another major solution is our worker dynamic monitoring. We use a smartwatch to receive workers' location and also to capture health data, including heartbeat rate, blood pressure, or even detecting a coma or fall down situation. So, and when any of these statistics reach the safety threshold, an alert will be sent to the C-Smart platform and also to our mobile application so that we can send immediate rescue. The smartwatch also has a SOS function. Workers may activate the SOS request when they are not feeling well or in danger. So on the platform, it displays the worker's location on the map. By clicking any of the worker, we can drill down to see the details of the worker. And inside the trajectory section, we can see we allow the management to view the trajectory of any worker when it is necessary. For example, to check whether they are working in the correct area or when any of the workers went missing. Now we move on to AI, our AI safety monitoring system. So the system combines high-resolution CCTV and with AI technology to monitor the construction site safety in real time. It uses AI image analysis, so it mainly checks if the workers are following basic safety rules, like wearing safety helmets, wearing a safety vest, working too close to edges, entering danger zones or restricted zones. So if the system detects any violations, it will instantly send an alert to the management platform to remind the site supervisors to respond quickly. And we can also install the AI cameras on tower cranes to monitor lifting zones. If a worker approaches a danger zone, the system immediately issues a warning to help prevent accidents. So this AI monitoring system doesn't just improve the overall site safety, it also helps management allocating resources more efficiently to ensure every worker can operate in a safe environment. Another important safety tool is our 360 anti-collision system. I'll show you a video. This system uses 4 HD cameras on 4 sides of a mobile plant to fully capture the surroundings of a machine. So using AI, the system can detect workers, vehicles, and machines nearby. If anything enters the danger zone, it instantly triggers visual and audio alarms to prevent accidents. With the advanced 360-degree panoramic stitching technology, images from the cameras are combined into one seamless view, so drivers can clearly see everything around them on a monitor inside the vehicle. The system also offers AI driving assistance like reverse aid, collision warnings, hazard alerts, helping drivers to operate more safely in any complex construction site. And all the data will be uploaded to our platform for remote monitoring and to review all the records at a later time. CCTV panoramic surveillance system, we synchronize all live streams into our CCTV wall, making it possible to monitor multiple projects remotely. The next one is AI drone. The main feature of our drone AI progress management system is its automation. The system lets manager preset flight routes and tasks. Just one click and the drone will follow the planned path for site inspection. Our drones are equipped with advanced cameras supporting oblique shooting, 720-degree panoramic photos, and all-angle videos. So with AI, system can instantly identify 15 types of safety events across 6 categories, the 15 types. And if an issue is detected, it will generate alerts right away and send SMS or send in-app push notification to our mobile application. And also with the data collected by drones, our system can also integrate beam features to give even a stronger analysis tools for project management. The system combines real-time 3D models with beam models, and with a dual screen comparison, users can set any dates to easily compare the actual progress with the original plan. And the beam model is also overlaid onto real site images for direct visual comparison. With the overlay, managers can quickly see which parts are finished and which parts are missing, which parts are falling behind. So the system highlights different construction stages in different colors, making the entire project status clear at a glance. And this is one of our latest solutions, the AI scan to beam. The first key issue of, The first key issue of AI scan to beam is to use AI to identify positioning of each of the components. So using AI, the system automatically recognizes and classifies all kinds of equipment on site, then records and categorizes everything in the database, making the whole process fully automated. The second core feature is a triple comparison between the site scan, drawings, and videos. The system automatically compares scan results with beam models or CAD drawings, so managers can instantly spot any differences between the actual site and the design. It shows live scan data and checks equipment position and installation status, clearly marking what's installed, what is missing, and what's present on site but not shown in the actual design. So far we have deployed our C-Smart solutions to over 400 projects in Hong Kong, China, Macau, and Singapore. And we have gained a lot of recognitions from the Hong Kong government in the last 5 years. And our hard work and innovation have also gained wide recognition both locally and globally. We have won the Grand Award and the Gold Award in the Smart Business category at the Hong Kong ICT Awards last year. We have received 6 medals at the Geneva of Inventions, and a Gold Award for Best AI Application in 2023, and also a Gold Award in the Asia Pacific ICT Award in 2022. So back to the challenges. In conclusion, what we have covered today is only a small portion of our C-Smart complete suite, I can say, but it still resolves majority of our challenges. For example, the worker management to help reduce costs on human resources, the smart logistics on digitalizing non-structured data, smart safety solutions to reduce accident and risk, progress management to prevent project delays, and an all-in-one integrated platform to combine everything together for a comprehensive management. The system is now on 5.0 and 6.0 is on the way. So we believe with our continuous improvement, we can provide the best all-in-one solution for the industry. C-Smart is not just a solution, we consider it to be the future for the construction industry. And again, thank you very much for having me today. We would like to bring C-Smart to the Middle East as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. And by the way, Edmund have a live demo to you using the C-Smart outside. So anyone would like to step out on in the booth of the C-Smart, he can see the platform on live operation. Now, my next speaker is Mr. Jianfeng Lin. He is the Senior Manager of China State Construction Carbon Neutrality Research. He's touching on the side of electromechanical from the sustainability and green building perspective. So, Mr. Jianfeng, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Jianfeng Lin. It's a great honor for me to be here at the technical conference. Today, I will give a presentation regarding a solution that's elaborating the efficiency and deliver the long-term value of the modular construction, the CSCC High-Sync Integrated Mechatronic Solution. Before we dive in, please let me introduce briefly who we are. We are China Construction Carbon Neutrality Research Company, which has been established 2 years ago. We are a professional incubation organization focused on the green and low carbon technologies. Our shareholders diverse, which including the China Construction Science Tech Innovation Group, the CSCC International Group, and the China Western Construction Group. Our aim is to drive continuously industrial evolution by providing comprehensive green solution throughout the entire project lifecycle, from the planning and the EPC to the intelligent operations. So my presentation will structure in 4 parts. Let's begin with examining the current landscape, the opportunities and challenges for the modular construction in the Middle East. As we know, the Middle East is undergoing a construction transformation, and this transformation is being accelerated by several powerful factors, from the population growth and to rapid urbanization and construction technology, modular innovation, and the strong government commitment to the sustainability and safety. The global market size is undeniable. It shows that the modular construction market is expected to grow from $112 billion to $215 billion by 2034, which more than the size, doubling the size with a significant annually growth of the 7.45%. More specifically, we can see the global trend finds strong evidence in our region. In the Middle East, the modular construction market is expected to grow from around $6 billion US dollar to around $9 billion, which also shows a significant annual growth at 6%. So what is unlocking this rapid market growth? The answer, particularly here in UAE, is the strong government commitment. We can see, like under the Dubai municipality, the clear and supportive government initiatives has been the key factors for this rapid growth. The authorities has simplified the modular adoptions by creating the specific guidelines and the framework to make it easier for the contractors and the developers to implement this method. And we have seen this commitment in actions. We've approved the project from scaling up from G+6 and G+12 to now G+20. More importantly, this regulatory advancement is not only to speed up the project, but also to strategically align with the UAE's border objectives, such as UAE Mission 2071. So with all this strong foundation in place, what's the key to unlock the full potential of the modular construction? The answer is to address the challenges which are directly threaten the energy efficiency and operational sustainability, which are the two priorities which are essential throughout the entire life cycle of the modular construction. The first challenge is physical. Due to the construction feature of the modular building, the defect in building envelopes lead to a massive energy waste. The imprecise on-site assembling and the weak isolation at the modular drawing will cause a heat leakage. Under the extremely heat condition like the Middle East, this heat leakage will force the cooling system to operate continuously and resulting in a significant energy consumption and substantial carbon emission. And the second challenge is digital. The insufficient protocol compatibility within the building's low voltage system will lead to a data silo. This lack of coordination will make the unified intelligent energy optimization impossible. And this fragmentation will directly lead to the third challenge, which is the operational inefficiency. As we know, the carbon emission during the operational phase of the building account for nearly 70% of the total emissions of the entire life cycle of buildings. However, the traditional passive maintenance methods normally employ the fixed system control strategy, which is unable to adapt to the dynamic condition of the current daily building operations. And it will preventing the maximization of the energy efficiency. So in the end, this short-term saving will be undermined by the long-term cost, which preventing the industry to capture the full potential from the modular constructions. So, however, this is not the end of the story. It's the first, recognizing this challenge is the first step toward a smarter and more efficient solution. The CSCC integrated mechatronic solution. The full stack architecture of our station is structured in 4 pillars, including mechatronic hardware, end-to-end IoT, the cloud and edge monitoring collaboration, and the AI empowerment, which build up to the full life cycle, the full ecosystem of the intelligent management. To be more specifically, in edge side, the standardized control cabinet integrates the IoT DDC to enable a data collection from a multi-subsystems of our building management systems. On the other hand, on the cloud side, the real-time mirroring technology will synchronize the data to the digital cloud operation platform, and with the power, under the power of the AI, this platform will act as the intelligence center so that it could able to self-optimize and execute the predictive building management. So let's break down the structure. This is the core product of our solution, the direct digital controller, in short, DDC controller. It breaks down the data barrier and act as a nervous system. It could able to integrate the control equipment and the subsystems such as the HVAC, the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and energy metering and lighting system, and transport this information to the edge computing engine via a unified communication protocol, and to enable all the equipment are working on to operate on a unified network. Furthermore, the entire range of our DDC product has achieved the BACnet certification, which means we can easily replace with the similar products with the same certification from other companies such as Schneider and Siemens. And if the DDC is the nervous system, this is our intelligent heart. The mechatronic control cabinet. This cabinet has integrated the critical components such as the frequency drive, the IoT DDC controller itself, and the smart meter into one pre-assembled unit. But the true power is come from inside. With the embedded AI algorithm, it able to continuously optimize the energy utilization and truly deliver a highly efficient building. Furthermore, for the modular construction, this cabinet could be designed as a modular unit and fully tested and commissioned as energy module through in the factory, so that it's able to plug and play it when it's arrived on site. So let's see a visual comparison. This is the traditional BA system solution, which normally employ a non-standardized control cabinet for the centralized management. This approach typically involves extensive and complex cabling and leads to a complicated commissioning, followed by a heavy maintenance workload throughout the entire life cycle of the building. However, our solution with the smart mechatronic cabinet, which integrates the hardware and software of the energy equipment, that means you only need one single cable to do the on-site connection, which means that means it could able to dramatically reduce the on-site communication wiring and the labor cost for the commissioning. So now we already have the DDC as the nervous system and also the controller cabinet. Now we need the head to learn from the historical data and to predict for the future. That's our edge computing engine and digital twin platform. With this distributed and edge computing, you is able to establish a centralized command center to monitor the energy use and the carbon emission across the project from one single location, no matter it's across the cities or across globally. Furthermore, this platform is able to provide a real-time visibility of the operational status of the equipment in the public area, and is able to execute the proactive and predictive maintenance to prevent the failures of the equipment before they truly disrupt our residents, so that it's able to significantly to increase the certification of our client. Furthermore, for the operational team with our platform, is able to manage more assets with a significantly fewer people. That means it could reduce the on-site operational manpower and the cost. So before we use the AI to actively manage the energy, we should first consider how could we minimize the energy need from the very beginning. This comes to our intelligent building scheme, the electrical ceramic smart window. The EC window, in a simple term, is a phenomenon where you use electroactive substances that change the tint electronically to control the solar heat entering the space or the building. So in our case, we just only need to provide really low voltage power as the electrical signal. So the glass or the electroactive substances will tint from a transparent status to a blue color. And when we release or turn it off, it will back to the transparent status. This EC technology is a game changer in the region with the extreme heat climate. It's not only able to dramatically block the heat from outside of the building, but also to eliminate the glare while still preserving the natural sunlight and perfect view from outside of the building. With these two benefits, it could reduce the cooling demand and indoor artificial light demand of the building, so that it could reduce the energy consumptions of the buildings. Furthermore, the EC glass features a flexible control system that operates, which means it could operate independently or could easily, seamlessly integrate into the building management system via the Zigbee connection. The user or the administrator could easily control the thin level of the glass via the touch panel, the mobile app, or the central web platform. Furthermore, regarding the energy saving and carbon emission reduction, the test result has indicated that compared with low E-glass solution with our product, this could decrease the peak electricity consumption for cooling and lighting system by around 60%. Also, according to the report from United States Department of Energy, with this in a longer period, such as 25 years lifespan, these products, the carbon emission from cooling alone could be reduced by 50% and transforming the sustainability into a measurable economic benefit. And all this has been achieved by really near zero energy consumption. Each tint of this glass only consumes really rare limited electricity, which means this system could be operated in a safe voltage and power. This is not just a vision, but a reality that we are delivering. This brings us to the next, with all the systems work together, this brings us to the next advanced stage, the AI-driven smart operation. The big amount of the data accumulated on the platform will continuously feed and train and optimize the AI model library, and this model will automatically adjust the operational strategy of the BMS to adapt to the local climate and condition, achieving to an optimal balance between the energy consumption and comfort level. This is not just a vision, but the real reality that we are delivering. The Xiamen Inland International Center in China. It is the first urban vertical complex in Xiamen Island, which integrates the Grade 8 office building and high-end commercial, with a total floor area of the 500,000 square meter, and the building height is around 190 meters. Please play the video. Thanks. So the scope of us in this project was to develop the energy management system together with intelligent control platform. The challenge of this project is similar to other super tall buildings, which the information silos and or data silos also exist in this project due to the complex system architecture, the different brand of equipment, and inconsistent protocol standards. The solution from us for this project is to employ a modular architecture design to digitally construct and present different subsystems and nearly 10,000 pieces of the electrical equipment and sensors in one platform. As you can see from this 3D model, you can see this platform has integrated different subsystems such as the water supply and draining system, the cooling system, and the ventilation system. And from this platform, you can see all the operational data and status of the equipment in real time. And the benefit of our solution in these projects also remarkable. For example, during the construction period, it's able to substantially reduce the construction timeline and ensuring the system's highly reliable commissioning. Furthermore, during the operation, it has reduced the annual building operational system by nearly 20% and it minimized the unplanned downtime by over 30%. Regarding the energy efficiency, also based on the operational data, which has confirmed this platform has reduced the building overall energy usage by around 15 to 20% due to the dynamic regulation of the AI technology. So the success of the inland project is not isolated case, but it's a living proof of our solution's core capability. And this has been based on 4 principles that I'm going to summarize. The first one is our solution has achieved the full chain integration by unifying the hardware in the edge side and and the hardware in the edge side and the software in the cloud side. And it eventually break down the silos and break down the data silos. And our solution could deliver the values by reducing the cost throughout the entire life cycle of the buildings, no matter it's from the wiring cost saving or the labor cost saving during the construction period or commissioning period, but also the operational cost saving. Thirdly, different from the traditional passive method, our AI-driven operation management method could execute the proactive and predictive energy management method. In the end, we could translate the green commitment to a measurable financial and sustainable outcomes. So in the end, I would like to use a call to action to complete my presentation. The modular construction defines the form of the future building, but intelligence is its soul. As building grows taller, intelligence and efficiency is no longer an option. China State Construction is ready with our comprehensive solution to deliver the long-term and sustainable value of the modular buildings. Let's join hands together and build a greener, smarter, and more efficient Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for a highly technical presentation. We always have to think sustainable, green, and smart. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Chao Chu. He's the CEO of High Building Construction Industrial Technology. He will be introducing a topic which is always in all of our head, how to convert the non-DFMA project into a modular and to something which we can utilize for the off-site construction. So, Mr. Chao, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, it's my second time for this technical conference. Thanks especially for Mr. Mansu. I will keep eye with you and I refer to the speech you have in the morning that we introduced one new idea which is called semi-modular to the construction. First, let me introduce myself. We are a strategic partner with the China State Construction in Middle East, and I'm the general manager of overseas businesses. Let's recall the last year's memory that we have discussed regarding the modular construction. What I found, we have started a project last year in Kuwait. The sample, which is a 200 square meter of substation, which you guess how many pieces of this precast element, and it is almost 92 pieces of precast element for the small buildings, which we are thinking the fragmented modular construction will be a headache, and that's why we have done a similar substation exercise, which is we have only 6 pieces of modular construction compared with the 92. So this is my first lesson from last year. Secondly, regarding the modular construction, my understanding of last year is that modular construction is like simple box, repeats to each other. So we have complete some project in Middle East by the same dimension, same size of the modular construction, which this is my idea that it can be single room for each function. But the problem with this one is it is very simple. You just repeat the modular together. You cannot achieve the architecture differences for the villa. So my topic today is how we can change the non-DFMA fragmented construction to industrialized delivery. So my main concept is you don't change the design intent, you change the way you cut it. Don't swap the project, swap the mind, swap the methodology. So my speech will have 3 chapters. Chapter number 1 is the main subject I want to discuss, is the semi-modular. Last year we are discussing modular, but this year to achieve the villa construction, we introduced semi-modular to achieve the villa construction. Chapter 2 is the connection, which is the most critical part as a modular construction way. The third one is how we can achieve the modular construction is the connection part. So let's start from a very interesting project exercise from fragmented construction to industrialization. First of all, why we should change? As we know, the global construction for the manufacturer increasing 3.6% per year, while the construction grows only 1%. So the non-NDFMA works locks in fragmented. Second, especially for the rework, as a contractor, then there will be from 2% to 20% in average 12% of rework. That will be loose in labor cost and time. So that's what we can turn, if we can turn this one into a profit, it's very meaningful. Third one is the Middle East construction market growing more than $337 million US. And the speed and the certainty is the strategy. So this is why we need to change the modular construction. So do we need to solve the problem on the site, or we move the problem in the factory? So where the process can be repeatable, measurable, and scalable. So let's start with the one-wheeler project, for instance, to study what is the difference between modular and semi-modular. We can start with one typical it's a custom city wheeler, have 2 floors. Originally it's custom situ, and by modular thinking, we are changing the flexibility for the modular construction. This is the overall view of this wheeler. So next will become interesting. So let's see the first floor, which is the functional rooms. What we have to find the construction is we are doing, instead of 6-side modular, we have event 3-side modular, 4-side modular, 5-side modular, plus 6-side modular. So if you can see the left side, 4 plus 4, we can create a bigger space for the living rooms. And if you check the right side, 5 plus 3 plus 5 will create a bigger space. So especially I like the 3-side modular. If you try to adding more 3, so you can have a bigger space to solving the problem of the modular construction. This is for the ground floor. So similar case we have for the second floor. You have why we consider the semi-modular, because we try to avoid double slab and double wall to save the cost. So the first floor will use the first floor, ground floor, the roof as the base, so which can saving the concrete volume. And it can combine with the 4 plus 5, 5 plus 4, and 3 plus 5. Many options can be achieved a different size of the modular. So let's take a detail of this 3-side wall. First of all, we have a 3-side modular. This is my favorite. It can enlarge the space, big span, and we did practical experimental side casting for the 3-side wall. It is using for increasing the spacing. And also the number 4-side wall, which is using for the corner. So 4 plus 4 can create a big space. 4 plus 3 plus 4 also can create much bigger experience. And this is another side, is 5-side modular. This one is almost, if you're casting the wall with a slab with 4-side wall, you can complete a enclosed space for the bedroom and for the indoor space. The advantage is this one is higher enclosure, greater later straightness and ship stability. Of course, 6-side modular, which we were done from last year, that's like a driver room, like a port, it is 6-side modular, which now we are proceeding. This, for especially the driver room, which we have, can be finished, the driver room in the factory with finishing, directly offloading to the site to improve the efficiency, and that's the modular construction. So sometimes when you have a big span, a bigger living room, which you cannot have the modulars, we introduce the ultra performance PC, that's UHPC, that it is as tough as steel plate. As you can see, that we parking a car about 5 cm thickness of the UHPC, the concrete is bending, but after the car drop off, the concrete will be getting flat again. And for the material, it's as soft as glue. So it is very easy to adopt for many bigger space or for the like a port UTVC. And this is another problem to solving this problem, solving the modular construction big span, which has reducing 42% of the weight. This is the real case which we have done by this year, last year. For example, the first one, which is a substation. It is like a four-side modular plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So you have only 4 modular to achieve the space which we have. And this one is the Wheeler project, which totally done by modular. So that is the concept of the modular construction, how we can do by modular plus the semi-modular. And then how to achieve this one, connection is the essential way to prove it is reliable. So by modular construction, we have a horizontal connection and vertical connection. As far as we know, the vertical connection will be the extension bar for the grouting system. Horizontal connection will have many systems, which we have the wet connection with the grouting connection and the dry connection with the steel plate and bolt, which can be connected together. And also we have also second casting if connection as well. So this is working for mainly for low. This is a little demonstration for the wet connection and the dry connection for the modular constructions. And why this reliable? We did research and the test with the university college. We did several tests that simulate the earthquake and the lateral force and the dead load. In general, it's very technical. In general, what is the conclusion is that the connection for the wet connection and the dry connection, it is equal or bigger, similar than the cast in situ. So it is very reliable. Not only faster, it is more reliable to do the connections. So structural performance is equal or much stronger than the cast in situ concrete by the assimilation of the structure calculation, which we are doing now, also submitting our approval in Middle East. So the third one is we have the Wheeler, which we can cut as we want, and we can connect as we want. But how to achieve this construction is we need to introduce, first of all, 3D modes and the mobile factory. First, let's start from let's see, the 3D mode, which we have introduced the 3D modes can achieve 5-side modular, 4-side modular, 3-side modular easily by one casting. The window door openings will be embedded in the modular. This is a factory fit out, can pre-fit the conduit isolation before demolding while we are doing the precast. The second thing is instead of 5, we can make it 5+1. For example, foundation slab can be by panel. The boundary wall, especially, is very suitable for the battery modes, which can casting one casting can create 10 piece, 20 piece of the panels. And this is how we and based on the project requirement, we can introduce mobile precast plant that we can build a factory nearby the site, and we can shorten the distance of the transportation and lower down the cost. We didn't move the modular to the factory. We moved the factory to modular, which we can bring more economy solution. And this factory is specialist working for the project, especially the big volume project. So there are 3 takeaways from the speech. First idea is you don't need to change the way what it is. You just how to deliver it. So that's why we have this different kind of semi-modular construction. Secondly, the connection is the heart of the modular construction. One system, many smart way to join. We have wet, we have dry, and we have second casting methodology to prove that it is safety. The third one, which we are planning to introduce, especially during this conference, the mobile production line is very stable for Middle East construction because the project in Middle East is always big scale. One project, minimum 1,000 wheeler, 2,000 wheeler. If we can, that scale is already worthwhile to build a factory in the site, which you can promote the productivity and change the idea. And also, this mobile factory design can be start from design stage. We can make a design our specialist mode and specialize the production line to achieve the connections and deliverable project. Thank you for attention. I think also we have prepared one pod, external booth, if you can share to join us. And special thanks for China State Middle East. We would like to share more idea, and also I'm hoping to join the third time the tech conference. Thank you so much.
To be honest, it was a severe challenge to bring a washroom bod to a hotel. So please spend some few minutes to have a look on it. It's just outside when you are waiting for the car after we finish the event. So to conclude our event today, we will have one last session, which is a discussion panel. So I will invite first the panelists to the stage. First, Ms. Roberta Wertmann, the partner in litigation and dispute management practice for Evershed, Netherlands. Ms. Roberta, please to the stage. Second, Mr. Joubert Champ, the Principal Compliance Officer at Wassel. Third, Mr. Vishal Sharma, President Assistant for China State Middle East. Finally, the moderator for the panel, Zulaima Sanchez, for Director for Accuracy. It's a very interesting panel about building modular, benefit, risks, and return procurement. So, Zulaima, you have the floor. Careful. Yes, up to you. You can say that. I might
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Over the past 5 years, something fundamental has changed in the GCC construction market. Modular is not a niche segment anymore. It is becoming the right alternative for delivering projects, and we have seen, and probably Joubert and Vishal will vouch for this, developers, you are pushing very, very hard on faster handovers. Contractors are struggling with labor shortages, and governments are pushing and prioritizing more low-carbon solutions. And we have seen today, and global benchmarks says as well that modular can actually deliver faster the projects, up to 20%, as well as reducing embodied carbon, which is the hardest one to reduce when it comes to CO2 emissions by 20 to 30%. So today's discussion is not going to be academic, hopefully. It's going to be very practical, knowing the panelists. And it's going to be a reality check for the community today. We are going to talk about real schedules, real buildings, real risks, real contracts. So we are going to start the discussion with something that I always do, which is the paddles that you see on the panelists' hands. Red means no, green means yes, obviously. The questions that I'm going to ask are going to be super simple, and I want you to answer with your honesty, okay? No long speeches, just quick reaction. Ready? Perfect. Is modular becoming more and more an opportunity in this region? Yes or no? Yes, unanimous, great. Do you hear me, Juve? No? Okay. Ah, really? Okay, like this? Okay. Do you believe modular projects will bring a better collaboration, relationship between the parties? Yes. That's they are unanimous. And the hardest one is, do you think today's standard contracts like FIDIC are fit for modular construction? Oh, wow. Look at you, Vishal. That's interesting.
Contractors are optimistic.
Well, let's start with that. Let's start with positivism. And Hubert, I'm going to start with you. When it comes to positivism, always you are the one that raises the bar. Okay. From a developer perspective, I would like you to provide some insights about what potential benefits make modular worth exploring for developers in the UAE.
Of course, we expect the modular to have a speed. And when I mean speed, there will be some concurrent construction. Let's say in every modular, there is a site works as well as factory works. So it's just like building the first floor while you are building the second floor together. So that is what we expect the speed. And for sure, anything from factory will have a QA/QC better than in site. So we expect also the increase or the level of QA/QC is quite high. And disruptions, you know, sometimes at the site we have summer restrictions, weather restrictions, service authority restriction like noises and others. So we expect that will be a very advantageous in the modular. And the best one which I've seen, I've just seen some few comments given on sustainability. For sure, the method of modular will reduce the waste, and this will give us the high level of sustainability. And if you have quite high numbers of units, for sure, it will bring us benefits. And of course, I can say many, but I will leave others to talk about it.
That's great. So speed, quality, and sustainability, which are the three key things that modular ticks, as we know. Vishal, from a contractor point of view, what are the biggest productivity or quality gains that you have seen and experienced delivering modular?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question. Thank you for that. I think this modular construction, in the morning session also, there was few discussions happened, and someone said that it is the faster, smarter, greener, and better. And someone said 3Ds, durable, ductile, and disassemble. So I think it's very clear that there are many benefits of the modular construction. And if we talk about the contractor point of view, so in this region, I think manpower and the resources is one of the challenge, which every contractor and all the development is currently facing. The pool of the resources is limited in the region, and the projects are mega, and the manpower requirements are huge. So in order to face this challenge and find a solution, I think the modern way of the construction is only the way. It is, I think, is necessity than a choice in this modern era of the construction. So I would say from the contractor point of view, I think less manpower, which is required to build a building by using modular construction rather than traditional construction, is the key. Second, I think Mr. Jubair has already covered many of them, like speed. Definitely, it is taking lesser time than the traditional construction, especially when we are doing the factory setup and we are doing the modular construction at the same time at the site. Infrastructure development and the substructure work is going on. So once the site is ready, the module can come and it can fit in. Then I will also add the quality, which is which we have seen from our own eyes when we visited China recently. The quality product of the modular construction is very good. There is a consistency in the finishing. It is not that different manpower from different region is doing the construction. So quality is the main. Other point I will give to the modular construction, the advantage is the cost predictability, because it is budget predictability is there, because it is not getting disturbed by the weather, it's not getting disturbed by the labor issues. So cost predictability is there. Apart from this, there is other things like sustainability. It is reduction in the wastage, and it is green. So I can count many benefits, but I think these are some of them.
No, that's great, because we are actually agreeing on something which is good for a relationship point of view, right? Let me reflect on something before jumping into the next section, let's say. Modular creates this split brain that we have, so part of the majority of the project happens in a manufacturing process, right? In a manufacturing environment, very controlled. And a portion of the project later goes into the construction side, which is completely disruptive. And this intersection creates the risks, correct? The risks as in the design, in the logistics, in the QA, QC, handover, liabilities, you name it. So when I think about the risks, I need to have one of my favorite lawyers in Dubai here with me, Roberta, and I always, I want you next to me to ensure that the risks are not big. So where do you think disputes are more likely to, where are disputes more likely to arise in modular projects? And the follow-up question is, do traditional FIDIC forms handle those risks well, or do they make things worse?
Thanks, Zulima. First of all, you are one of my favorite consultants, shall we say consultants as well. Do you notice she didn't ask the lawyer to talk about the benefits, only the risks?
That's true.
So we'll go with the pessimism of the advisor rather than the optimism of the developer and the contractor. So I think the first place we have to start is suitability of design for modular construction. Are we taking what is essentially a traditional build and trying to fit it into modular, or are we starting in our design with the thought process that it is going to be modular? I would suggest the second makes a lot more sense and limits your risk. And then changes to design. What you can do on site, you may not be able to do in a factory quickly. I think that is something where we often see projects let quite early in this part of the world, and there's a certain amount of design evolution that happens as construction progresses, and that may just not be possible in the modular construction space. I'd like to talk a little bit about factory capacity. And I was really interested in the presentation just before ours about what appeared to be dedicated factories at the project site. So when I thought of this, I thought of something quite different, which is a factory somewhere not at the project site that is maybe working on multiple projects, multiple different manufacturing lines, shall we say. And then we have a real scheduling issue. We have the issue of production too late, normal. We have the issue of production too early. So this is not unknown in construction, right? I'm thinking of a case where I had subsea cables that were manufactured too early. They're big, they're expensive, they're very touchy, and you really don't want to store them for a long time. It costs a lot. And so that could be exponentially greater in a modular construction setting. So we have this idea of just in time, which may or may not work. And there's a really huge burden on the site progress to make sure that it corresponds. We also have the issue in this part of the world of nominated subcontractors. And so if you're going to put the risk on your main contractor for, let's say, a modular construction solution or subcontractor, then we're going to have to be absolutely certain that the programming makes sense. And a nomination can be just one more difficulty in that whole process. I promise we won't get too depressed. I'll go through my list quickly. I think cash flow is the obvious issue. We are in the mindset of we'll pay you a tiny bit for materials delivered to site, and the rest, less retention when it's installed. That isn't going to work. That's going to squeeze your modular fabricator quite a lot. And so I had a meeting with a number of the largest Dubai developers, and there was a real openness to thinking about paying more for materials as they're coming in rather than only at sort of the last moment. And maybe that's the answer. It's a change in mindset. We've talked about integration and the risks there, and I think those are all critical, Zulima, so I won't go through those. One thing that is practically a hobby at this point is talking about the traffic in Dubai and the traffic in Riyadh and the traffic in Jeddah. And there just are very, very practical logistics of getting very substantial modules to your site. And then finally, on the defects point, I was very interested to hear both of you say it's an increase in quality. And if that is the case in practice, which we would hope it would be, then that will absolutely limit the issue that I'm going to talk about, which is the practicalities of dealing with defects if they're determined at the time of integration. How are you going to do that? You don't have a contractor fully mobilized at site. And finally, you both mentioned the summer. And I was so interested in that because we are fabricating in a controlled environment and then putting these modules into what can only be described as an uncontrolled climate and an unpredictable climate. So I think that's going to have to be built in to the whole process to think about how materials will react when they're being installed and afterward.
So I gather that FIDIC, the bastardized FIDIC, as we call it, in the practice, is not ready to handle all those risks, and we will be seeing changes, which later I will ask you about that specifically, right? Vishal, sorry. I'm conscious that I don't know if we are hearing ourselves properly.
No, it's okay now.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
From the delivery standpoint, what's the hardest to manage contractually for you when you deliver these type of projects?
Definitely modular construction is a innovation, and there will be few challenges when we are going to implement it in the projects. I think if we go to the traditional construction, this all inspection and testing is getting done in the site. Okay, when we go to the modular construction, majority of the work, or I will say 80 or 90% of the work will be carried out in the factory. So all the inspection and testing prior to the delivery has to be carried out in the factory, not at the site. So, and the factory runs sometimes 24 hours. It runs in the shifts in order to reach to the requirement of the project milestone and the project completion dates. So at that time, definitely employer and the engineer has to also collaborate and do the inspection and testing in the factory round the clock. We cannot like hold some works due to the inspection or due to this reason. So we have to find smarter ways so that factory works does not get disturbed during the works. I will not say it is something a drawback. I will say this is a challenge, which definitely we are taking care in our like steel structure fabrications. We have carried out already this kind of challenges, and it worked well. So I think modular construction also, I can see this kind of challenges will be there, which we can take care during the construction. Second, I can see when this product has been built in the factory, it has to be transported to the site as a complete, like it will be having all MEP works in, it will be having all the finishing in. So there can be little bit wear and tear, there can be some damages may be there. So that works how to rectify at the site with a very less amount of the money to be spent. That is the challenge, but again I will say this is a controllable, like with the measures, these things can be managed. So if we see the benefits of the modular construction and this kind of challenges, I will say very minor challenges which can be taken care during the works.
Great. Hubert, how are you?
No, I'm fine.
Good, perfect. What are the issues that you would like to clarify or, consider before awarding a contract like for a modular construction delivery type? I always wanted to ask this question not to a developer, so now I get the opportunity. So.
Good. Of course, this modular construction is new to this market, so we have to be careful in awarding. Otherwise, there will be disputes and failure for the purpose of it. It's a good system. It's a good method to be adopted. Now, on as a developer, the first thing is to check your design. The design is a very important factor which will adopt the modular. You can have a design which cannot adopt a modular. Now, if you want a modular, so your design should be compatible with the modular system. There are restrictions in a modular, so you have to understand those restrictions and adopt them accordingly. Also, in your specification also, there are changes of specification has to be adopted. And sometimes restriction of material to be used or the design parameters, So all you have to consider. So before we go and say we need a modular construction, the employer or the owner has to consider those parameters so that the modular can adopt it. And particularly nowadays, not nowadays, we don't have many modular constructions, so maybe there are few or three. So you have to go and ask them, how can I adopt my design to your modular system? And then another issue which I understand China State have already approached DM, they have authority approval because there is a restriction. Your system allowed only for villa, sometimes 3-story buildings, sometimes 10-story building. So you have to know your restriction and your service authority requirements. And this will restrict adaptation of the modular system. And the other issues is the building codes and safety standards. I'm living in a semi-modular villa, and I could see the advantage of modular building in reference to quality, reference to sound. I had a construction just next to me, and when you close your window, you don't hear anything. So I could see it because the wall were solid, and you cannot just drive a nail. You have to bring specialists to drive a nail. So I could see the advantage of modular. There are other issues, but we are in a learning curve. Okay? And then another issue is, which is, I think it's very important, when you have a modular system, you have to think whether you will be able to transport it. So you can design your modular, you can adopt the design, but then you look at the restriction of the roads, availability of the bridges and restriction, then how can you adopt this modular? You cannot change your design. So also, before you finalize your decision whether to go modular or not, you have to look at the transportation, whether you can transport this modular. Now, I heard a very good news that there is adaptability at site. So I don't know whether I was thinking, is it a precast or modular? So I would like to clarify that one, that when you go for on-site modular system, is it a precast or is it a unit? You know, because modularity is a percentage. You know, like 3-sided, I don't know, 5-sided, fully with, you know. So all this level of modularity has to be agreed and adopted according to the design, restriction, and other elements. And did you mention during manufacturing also or not?
I would like to know pre, during, and post.
Now, during construction, in my, we have done modular on a villa, but when I look at the building and when I look at the system where China State is going to adopt, which is, I think, it will be a perfect solution, because I would like to clarify, say, modular system. I'm from Zanzibar, and we had a modular building in 1933 or 30, something like that. But it was built with steel, with wooden planks, with corrugated walls, and corrugated steel. And it's still there, the building is there. If you look at it, it's perfect. There is no rusting, there is nothing. But it's in the steel with planks. And I'm sure if I build it today, nobody will buy it. All right? So China State have come up with a system where once built, you will not know whether it's modular or a convention system.
That's the beauty. That's
Yeah.
the beauty.
So that is the new technology or new way forward. It's not like a modular where you are not sure, is it still structure or caravan or whatever. If you come to my villa, you will not know whether this is a modular or not. However, this is only a villa. China State is coming up with a multi-story building, which is, I think, in UAE still not done. I haven't seen it, but that will be, we are waiting for.
Vishal is working on that, right?
Now, during manufacturing, the first thing is, are you ready on the site? Because not all the site will be ready for you to start your modular. Imagine if there is a concurrent work of deep services. Can you start your modular? No. There should be certain extent of work which needs to be ahead of the modular system in order for you to be successful for the construction. And also, you need an infrastructure for you to, what you call, transport your modules. Now, your site, is it ready to receive these modulars and everything? So, simple, the site preparation. You have to be ready for the modular erection. Then another thing also, during construction, I think, Madam, you raised it up, this issue of change management. Our thinking of change management has to totally change. We cannot build normal buildings and have every day, you know, I gave an example yesterday. You are building a masjid, you are asking somebody to give you a car, and then he planned everything, and then suddenly he said, see, I need now right-hand side instead of left-hand side. It's easy, but just imagine how things will change. So change management has to, the thinking of change management has to be out. In a modular, once you agreed, it has to move out and you get your product. And of course, we expect a high quality, but we have to be careful in the cost control. The cost control, you have two types of cost control. First, the sites control, which are used to it, but are we aware of all the site controls on the factory? Do you need DM to come and check the concrete for every pour? You'll never finish the work.
Yeah.
So you need to adopt, we need to agree on this type of quality control. What are these? How it will be implemented? We should not think the way you are pouring a concrete, you have to go and check your still, you have to call DM to check the concrete, you know. So I think the thinking of the QAQC has to be changed. And last but not the least, the coordination of works. I was just imagining, imagine you have a flooring, wooden flooring, and we know when we fix the wooden flooring, we would like it to be controlled, the climate, what you mentioned, the temperature control, all the, you cannot leave the wooden flooring in a summer outside without controlling it. So such elements of work cannot be modularized. I cannot fix a chandelier in the modular. So when you are thinking of manufacturing, you have to come out with the works which cannot be modularized. So this is the thing which, if I'm awarding, I will be identifying those work which I will not accept to be modularized, because there will be some issues at the end, particularly wooden flooring. I think I will not accept wooden flooring to be modularized. I will not accept certain elements like final coating of paint. I will not accept it to be modularized because I know there will, maybe some internally, or in case there is a system where you slide in like we used to slide the toilets, yes. But the way China states modularity, I think there will be certain work which will not be able to modularize it like others. I don't know, we will wait and see.
Vishal is making notes, mental notes about everything that you are considering before signing.
Yes, and sometimes I was just thinking, imagine we are modularizing in a hotel where the wild air has to be introduced in order to control those elements which are fixed, you know. So I will wait to see China State, how they will come up on those solutions, whether it will be part of the modular or, you know, so this is the coordination works. So I feel it's a challenge, but you never know, you know, Chinese nowadays, you know, they can do anything, you know.
They can.
So
we are in their conference.
So we are waiting for those issues, and many. I would not like to spend time, but there are challenges, and I hope when I negotiate with China State, you will hear a lot of challenges which we will like, not challenges. An issue needs to be agreed, because what we want is to award without disputes, you know. And for me, in order to avoid disputes and misunderstanding, clarify things at the start, like Madame was mentioning about the cash, what you call payments, right? You mentioned. It's easy, very easy. Why you should pay? Give him an advance payment. Agree with them on the advance payment and forget about those issue of material and site. What do you mean by material and site? You know, for modular, it should be like buying a Mercedes. I go to the showroom, pay, and get the money. This should be type of thinking. Then why we are having a modular and thinking of the pay master like a normal construction? So the contractor also should think in a modular way. All right? Same on the issue of warranties and guarantees. You know, you will not like to have, like in a car, just a warranty of an engine. You like a warranty of a car. So I think this is something which we should be thinking of modularity. So contractor, you should also think modularity. We should think of modularity, and we will ask the lawyers to think modularity, because what she said, some of the issues, I say, oh my goodness, if the lawyers will be part of these negotiations, we will never agree, you know? So the thinking has to be changed. Let's say, we will talk about...
Yes, don't spoil the next questions otherwise. So just to recap on this section, the change management part, it really resonates to me. Not only modular, but in general, you know, we are going to a mindset shift when it comes to construction. You talk about coordination. For me, it's applying lean construction methodology, super simple. You talk about design and restrictions. For me, it's being flexible, right? So being modular doesn't mean to be like boxed. It's like being flexible to the changes, because construction is like that, is the nature. And we will try to restrict the changes as much, but you need to be flexible at some point.
I will not use the word, actual modular goes to the word of rigidity.
Of what?
Rigidity.
Rigidity, but they
fixed. You know, this is modular.
I know, but you are telling them, you were saying that they need to be a little bit flexible on the way.
No, initially, when you want to start,
Exactly.
you know, when you want to start modular.
Yeah.
So you have to be flexible of going to a rigidity.
Yes. Agreed.
All right? So this is the
Okay.
purpose of it.
Okay. So what you just said basically for me is that if modular project succeeds or fails before the first module arrives on site, means that procurement is a make or break deal, right? So let's rethink procurement together, right? Because I think this is the key. And you better, let's stick with you, but be conscious about the time, because the other panelists also, I guess that they want to say something on this topic. As modular adoption grows more and more, and we are seeing it, especially with China State, what are the expected changes in procurement that you foresee in the near future?
This is to me again.
This is to you.
Okay, very good. As I said, when we are going to modularity, the mindset has to change. Example, before we used to complete the design and then we used to tender. But in modularity, you cannot do that. You have to involve those contractors or whoever doing the modularity at an early stage of the design. And for me, simple at the concept level. Once you conceptualize your project, you need some inputs from this modular based on their system, based on their restriction and everything. So the procurement way is not like the normal one is that at the end. So we call it the front loading. The modular construction should come in the early stage of the design. And another is as I said, because you are going to have an early involvement, the early contractor's involvement in the design is very important, because some of the design is the risk you are giving it to the contractor, so he has to be involved and advising you what are the risks which he can take and which risk which he cannot take. So for sure, the early involvement of the contractor is important in providing the feedback on your design. And then that is no doubt you need a new model of a contract, because the risk allocation is different. So if the risk allocation is different, the conditions of contract has to allow for that. Evaluation methods are different. As I said, you don't evaluate in the normal way of evaluation. Termination, all right, is something which we need to consider. We cannot say we should not think of, we should think, because there will be certain circumstances where you need to terminate the project because of maybe employers' non-payment or maybe contractors' unperformance also. So we have to think how the termination will be done and how it should be evaluated and everything. So we should have an idea, which is, I don't have it now, all right? Let's say I was just thinking of termination under 15, and then I have to do evaluation under 15.3, I was wondering as a QS how I'll be doing valuation. Till now, I don't know, so don't ask me that question. And then the most important thing is the collaboration between the design and the procurement team. All right, it's apart from this. I'm not talking on as a contractor, but the procurement team in our developing as a developer and the design has to collaborate together. So there is a lot of collaboration apart from the contractor, of course, internal. It's not the normal where procurement sits on his table waiting for the design, everything completed. He takes this document as a DHL and give it to somebody, comes and evaluate. The evaluation method will be different. It's a completely change of procurement method.
Vishal, what type of procurement model will it help you to deliver these projects?
Okay, definitely. I think this is the continuity to the same discussion what Mr. Jubair explained. Definitely the typical model, which is design, bid, and build, will not work in this model. Early collaboration of the contractor is essential in the modular construction, and that collaboration should be from the very starting of the project when it is in the concept design. I think contractor has to be involved along with the developer when the layout of the villas or the building is getting finalized, so that that can be designed as a modular friendly design. So if that is not done, then later on it cannot be converted to the modular requirement. So early collaboration model is very much required as a procurement model. And second, design and build model can also work in this modular construction. Definitely no traditional model. It should be either design and build, or it can be also two-stage tender in which contractor can be involved as a early collaboration when the design work is going on, and when the design work has been finalized, then stage 2 means price can be discussed. So these are the two models which we think can be worked out. There may be other models, but I think that is the one which can be worked very finely.
Thank you so much. And legally speaking, Roberta, now again, lawyer hats, what procurement of contract innovations could practically mitigate these risks?
So I think that what Mr. Jubair and Mr. Vishal have said is that there needs to be a complete mindset shift. We are not in the traditional world. We need to think about something different. We are on a journey. It is new here. But one of the good things is it's not new everywhere. And I think we've seen a number of procurement models that sit under the very broad term collaborative contracting that get to exactly what you're talking about, where we have that early contractor involvement, whether that's two-stage tendering, whether it's simply consultation on the design process, but it's flipping the mindset of us versus them to just us. And that sounds perhaps a bit high level, but fundamentally, that's the change. I will commend you to a survey that my firm did with AECOM recently on attitudes about collaborative contracting in the region. And people are increasingly becoming interested in it and putting some thought into it. So it seems like actually these things are coming together, right? From the technological side of saying, yes, we're ready to try to implement this and do it well, and from the contracting side, recognizing that there needs to be a change in the mindset of procurement. We'll also mention, since we are so wedded to FIDIC here, they are about to release a collaborative contracting template. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like, and if it will have something like modular construction embedded into it, but we'll have to see, and it may be the newest color in our rainbow.
Oh, so that leads to my following question, which is like, do we need to change FIDIC to suit modular? You are saying that they are going to release something that it might be the answer for that.
It might.
It might. We don't know.
Otherwise, there are plenty of other models that have been tried, particularly in Australia, around this type of procurement mindset that we can look to.
So if this new template doesn't suit modular, you will refer to the Australian type of collaborative model contracts, maybe?
As one possibility. We may not be ready to go all the way to that type of contracting. Maybe we're ready for two-stage tendering, as you mentioned. But step by step, it's changing that mindset.
Can I add something which I think we haven't added it? The role of a consultant. I'm just trying to imagine why we need a consultant.
Sometimes I ask my question. I ask that question to myself as well.
Okay. So I'm putting it in my head why we need. All right. So I have no answer, but time will tell their role. But also we should think of, because according to my understanding of modular, that we are allocating almost 90% of the risk to the contractor, from the design to and everything is clear. You know what you have to deliver, what you have, because one of the modular restriction is that tell me now what you want. So I think also we have to think of the role of the consultant, engineer.
Wassel, last question for you. So obviously you're representing Wassel, and from a developer standpoint, what criteria, if I need to sell you a modular project, Vishal, I'm doing your job right now, but if I need to sell you modular, what will be the criteria for you to agree and sign now?
Very easy. First, I need cost saving. That is my fundamental. You are telling me that you are... Why? Without showing me a cost saving, why should I go to you? All right? Okay.
Fair point.
So,
fair point.
and you are, I've been listening to Vishal, which the day I'm going to negotiate, I will quote you that I have less labor. And one of the fundamental costing in Dubai now as an estimator is labor. Labor cost has increased drastically. When I was an estimator, my rate was different, and now look at the rates now. So I'm going to ask you on that of costing. Another is of course, I will look at the repetition. The most economical way is when you have the repetition and the size of the project itself. And then another issue which can be, cannot be, is the time sensitivity. Sometimes I don't care on the time. I don't need urgently. I can spend 3 hours to drive to Abu Dhabi. But sometimes, no, I need it immediately to move as soon as possible. So I will take an airplane. So airplane is modular for you, all right? Okay. So if I have time sensitivity, yes, I will accept. If not, why so, Then, of course, sometimes site constraints. The site constraints will push me for your modular. So we will see. Those are the factors which may decide modular or not. And then one of the major issues which we are heading, and I believe we should think of, is the labor constraints. There are restrictions of labor, productivity, availability, many things. As I said, the cost of labor is increasing and unpredictable. So we have to think of that. And if contractor comes and say labor, I say we'll go precast. So you have to have very good reasons of advising me to go to modular. And we need a clarity to service authority. Very clear service authority. So when you go for modularity, we should not have this stoppage or constraint in the regularity. And then one of the points which still is striking me in my head is the distance. Still, the distance, proximity of the factory of modularity, modular construction factory, will be a factor to decide whether you are pushing for modularity or not. So I heard something in the last, I don't know what is his name, I'd like to talk to him in order to see how we can minimize this issue of distance.
So quite a few criteria, so cheap, fast, convenient, make sure that DM is with you, and proximity to the site. So you have the criteria now, Vishal. Last question, because we are running out of time. If you have imagine that you have I give you a magic wand, okay? And what is the one thing you wish clients understood better about modular delivery? One thing.
Okay, I would say, yeah, I would just considering what Mr. Jubair has just said, because he will catch me definitely for the cost saving when we will negotiate. So I want the developer, our respectable developer, to understand that speed is really a very good, important point of the modular construction. And when we finish the project before, then they will get the revenue earlier. So please understand that revenue generation of that time period which we are saving is a cost saving to them.
Exactly, that's a good sell. One last question from me, and this is very selfish, but did you enjoy the panel? Did you enjoy the panel?
Yes, we enjoyed it.
I thought he was going to do red. I don't know if we have time for questions. Yes, no. No one is telling me that I should stop. Mansoor, should I? Any questions for these amazing panelists? Yes, we have one.
Thank you. Not what you expect, Michelle, don't worry. From what I see, I believe we have all what it takes to start implementing modern construction methods. However, that needs contribution from all stakeholders. I fully agree with Mr. Jubair that the mindset has to change, and I believe we should have a new construction contract that combines an ECI, early contractor involvement, design and build. And what I would suggest more, maybe we can think of an IPD, integrated project delivery, where the contractor, the developer, and designers together in one contract. So the risk which is being transferred to the contractor will not be transferred back to me as a developer in a form of money. So this is something maybe we need to think how to mitigate the risk, and I don't get back the risk I'm giving to you in terms of money. The question that I have really is, again, the cost. Unless we see a cost benefit, tangible benefits, I don't think any developer will have the guts to start implementing this. The only tangible benefits I see so far is the time, which is still, again, not clear. I don't understand the time that we will take to get the designs approved. That will take a lot of time. Maybe it defeats the whole purpose of the construction time savings that can be achieved. I'm not sure if we have any records that you can tell me how much time we can save in the construction, how much cost we can save, although I understand fully any system in the beginning, it may not lead to the cost benefits that we should expect. Maybe you can tell me what are the optimal number of modules we need so that your cost will be efficient. These kind of things I need to know. One more thing, maybe, I'm not sure if Dr. Mr. Engineer Ihab from the municipality was here in the morning. I think not only from the contractors I expect cost savings. I believe authorities should also encourage developers to adopt this system. I remember when they first introduced the electrical vehicles, there were some exemption from the SALIC fees, from whatever. So I would love to see authorities encouraging developers by reducing the building permits, for example. Something that I can benefit or encourage me to take the risk and start exploring this kind of things. Again, the question for Vishal, since you're the contractor here, if you have any records to tell me how much savings are expected, if you have an optimal number of modules that can lead to cost savings, and the time. I need to know the time, considering the time needed to get the building permit or the approval from the authorities. I know you did a great job by having in principle approval, but we still don't have a complete approval. So if you have any records, that will help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amgad. Yeah, I think this is a very important parameters which you have bring on this panel. I think the cost saving depend upon the repetitive of the modules. More and more typical buildings or typical villas will be there, cost will become more and more effective. So like in a very plain term, like if we are talking about the modular construction for one or let's say few villas or few buildings, definitely that will not be cost effective. But as soon as the number keep increasing, that become cost effective. Still we are working on that, okay? I cannot give you the firm numbers or the percentage, but we are still working on that, and I think we are discussing with Vassal, one of the project, and we are working very seriously on that, and we are expecting to reach to some kind of good figure, what is expected. Secondly, like what the things is happening right now, like what we got the approval, that approval is for the G+1 villa and for the G+10 buildings. And this should be the typical. We cannot take the complicated buildings in this one. That should be very typical and that should be the repetitive. So definitely with Dubai Holding, like you have maybe many villas in the future which is upcoming. So I think with the proper case study, because each project is different, so with the proper case study, with the proper checking the tender and the drawings and the specification of that project, and then comparing that project with the traditional construction, I think we can reach to that kind of figure what you are expecting.
Can I add on that? You mentioned about cost. As an employer or as anybody, I do optimization. It's not a matter of cost or matter of time or matter. I've given you a lot of parameters involved. I'll give an example. When precast started in this market, we had the project, I'm ex-Dubai Properties, so we had a project, the villa. If you go to the villa, there are two sections. One is a convention, one is a precast. If you go today, you will not know, I will know. But when we went there, the cost was maybe 10% more. But we opted because we will sell it faster. So it was not cost issue, but it was a time and selling. So as I told you, there is a benefit of time, there is a benefit of cost, so you have to optimize it. Sometimes you need it faster because you will be able to sell it faster, your money will be coming back. Or you will be able to return, you will utilize it faster. Sometimes it's a necessity that you need it faster. Maybe there's a restriction, there is an instruction, you know. So it's not only cost, yes, I mentioned cost, one of the parameters cost. If you don't have another parameters which will be giving you permission to pay more. So in short, again, our mindset should change and our evaluation matrix should also change. And normally we don't change because sometimes we pay for acceleration, all right? Why you pay for acceleration? Because you need it earlier, right? So there is sometimes you will pay more. Now, another issue which you mentioned, which is very important, service authority. Just imagine during those times when PT slabs were introduced. What is the purpose of PT slabs? To reduce reinforcement, right? In the early stage, were we reducing reinforcement? No, because when a design checks the design, He doesn't check the design based on PT. He checks the design on the normal. So why we are using PT slabs? So also the mindset, as I said, not only to the contractor, to the developers, also the service authority mindset has to change. Like we start on PT. Until today, some of the PT slab, you don't know why we are using PT slab, because the reinforcement is high. So again, I'm calling back to the mindset. When you pay for acceleration, even on the convention, because you needed time. So on modular, when there is a time, you have to pay for the price. So this is my point of view.
Thank you very much. I've been told I will need to stop the conversation, so thank you again. I really enjoyed the panel, to be honest, so hopefully we can do it again next year.
Thank you.
Zulaima, unfair to bring only 4 bottles to ask opinion about the panel. I think you should bring bottles for everyone and we'll see everywhere is green. We were so lucky today in so many things, and I think the most thing we get lucky with is the selection of our panelists and speakers. We definitely enjoyed a lot the morning panel, and we enjoy also the one in the afternoon. So thank you very much, our esteemed speakers. And by this sweet ending, we should reach to the conclusion of our event today. So at the end, always there is a word of thank you which is due. I would like to say thank you for everyone contributed for the success of this event. I would like to say thank you for our co-host, the Society of Engineers. I would like to say thank you for our co-sponsors, the Emirates Environmental Group, the CIOB, the American Concrete Institute. And the most important thank you is to you for being part of our event today, to give us your valuable time to spend with us, to reshape the future, and to be part of this transformation journey. So thank you very much, and see you next year.